97 flight tests.
Elwell says after a Lion Air crash last year, the FAA updated flight crews on procedures for responding to uncommanded stabilizer trim movement. After a second 737 MAX crash earlier this month, the FAA grounded the aircraft. The Transportation Department has requested an audit of the FAA certification process. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. Still awaiting the outcome of a change of plea hearing in federal court for the man already convicted of state counts for killing a woman with his car during a white nationalist rally in Virginia. Fox's Gernal Scott has this live.
Lisa, last July, James Alex Fields Jr. pleaded not guilty to 30 federal hate crime counts, one resulting in the death of counter-protester Heather Heyer, another for violent interference in a federally protected activity, and 28 more for causing injury in an attempt to kill. At least one of those could mean the death penalty for Fields. He is already set to be sentenced in July on state conviction for murdering Heather Heyer with his car. The jury recommended life plus 419 years, but the judge will make the final decision on that, Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. Meantime, the man charged with kidnapping a 13-year-old girl after killing her parents pleads guilty in Wisconsin. 21-year-old Jake Patterson facing up to life in prison when he is sentenced in May. He had said he wanted to spare Jamie Kloss and her family a trial. This is Fox News.
In 1972, Jesus S. Leon Guerrero pictured a brighter future for our island and its people. With the trust and support of the community, he founded Bank of Guam. In celebration of our 47th anniversary, we're offering a Founders Day loan for up to $50,000, as low as 4.70 annual percentage rate. Visit any branch or bankofguam.com for more information. Subject to bank's lending criteria, terms and conditions apply. Offer valid until March 29, 2019. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu, now back at King's Restaurants. Your tasty favorites like salmon curry, orange shrimp, and whole deep-fried parrotfish will have you swimming with flavors from the sea. Our fried rice with salmon or shrimp will make ordering easy and delicious. It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu. Available all day, every day, just for Lent, and only at King's.
In a White House ceremony at this hour, President Trump is set to posthumously award the nation's highest military honor to a U.S. soldier who gave his life subduing a suicide bomber in Iraq.
Army Staff Sergeant Travis Atkins was killed outside Baghdad in June of 2007 when he bear-hugged a man wearing a bomb vest, saving his fellow soldiers from harm. While he was originally granted the Defense Service Cross, a review decided Atkins should receive the Medal of Honor. John Valdor was his battalion commander.
And then my role, I think, is to ensure that Travis's heroic actions are never forgotten or diminished.
Atkins was on his second enlistment when he was killed at age 31.
Fox's Evan Brown. An update just in from the federal court in Virginia, where the man convicted on state murder charges for killing a woman with his car during a white nationalist rally has just pleaded guilty to federal hate crime charges. James Alex Fields Jr. has not yet been sentenced for the state murder counts, but again, he has now pleaded guilty to the federal hate crime counts. The attorney for Empire actor Jussie Smollett insists he is a crime victim, but a public backlash continues after charges were dropped.
The Chicago mayor, police superintendent, and police union boss are incensed by the decision to drop all charges against Jussie Smollett and to seal the records.
I have never seen the set of circumstances that have presented themselves yesterday ever before in all my years of police work.
That's FOP President Kevin Graham. He's now asking the U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate Cook County Attorney Kim Fox, who previously recused herself from the probe. The FBI and U.S. Postal Service also continues to investigate a death threat letter that police say Smollett sent to himself.
Fox's Jeff Manasso in Chicago. Stocks finished lower, the Dow down 32 points. I'm Lisa Brady. And this is Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
If you have family or friends getting treatment right now at St. Luke's Medical Center in the Philippines, we want to connect with you. Hafaday, I'm Joe Guam. Thanks to our partners, we're bringing Mes Samoru to St. Luke's in Global City. I'll be playing a free show on March 29th from 2 to 4 p.m. in the St. Luke's Piano Lounge for all our Guamanians out there. All family members accompanying the patient are invited to join us, but seats are limited, so please tell your family to go to joeguam.com to register online and reserve your spot. This event is presented by Guam Windward Memorial. Special thanks to our affiliate partners, Stay Well Guam, Take Care Insurance, Guam Hearing Doctors, Lombard Health Eye Clinic, Guam Premier Outlets, and Coast 360. Our contributing partners, Moylan's Net Care and Data Management Resources. Our supporting partners, American Music, Fizz & Co., The Coconut Tree Company, Kadu Restaurant, and our promotional partner, The Point, Sidus Masids, and Biba Mes Samoru.
I'm proud to be a Guamanian where America's day begins. And I can't forget the women and men who fought for my brown skin.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam lawmakers last night approving a measure that establishes a framework for the creation of a cannabis industry that could eventually lead to the legalization of the production, sale, and taxation of marijuana on Guam. Senator Clint Rigel's Bill 32-35 passed by a vote of 8-7. Senators Rigel, Joe San Augustine, Regine Bisco Lee, Tello Taitigui, Luis Muña, Jose Terlahi, Kelly Marsh, and Speaker Tina Muña Barnes voted in favor of the measure. Senators Jim Moylan, Will Castro, Therese Terlahi, Sabina Perez, Mary Torres, Amanda Shelton, and Talina Nelson voted against it. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has expressed support for the measure and is expected to sign it into law. However, the governor's office issued a statement last night saying the governor would have no comment until she has reviewed the bill. Senator Rigel said he was excited and happy with the outcome. He thanked the 8 senators who voted for the cannabis measure, as well as those who voted against it, citing their contributions to the debate. It is done, said Minority Leader Senator Will Castro, who voted no. The next step is to strengthen the bill with the rules and regulations that go with it, he said. If the governor signs the Guam Cannabis Industry Act of 2019 into law, it will be some time before homegrown marijuana products will be available for purchase in any cannabis stores. First, a cannabis control board has to be established. The governor must appoint 9 members to that board. Then, within 1 year of the effective date of the law, the commission must submit its proposed rules to the legislature. Those rules and regulations will have to be turned into a piece of legislation. A public hearing must be held on that legislation within 75 days after receiving the rules and regulations. The bill then must be approved by lawmakers and sent on to the governor for final action. The commercial sale of cannabis will not be permitted until the rules and regulations governing the cannabis industry have become law. Maria Elaine Lizama Untalan has been arrested on allegations of selling methamphetamine in Agana Heights. According to a magistrate report, police conducted a traffic stop, found Untalan in possession of about 590 grams of meth. A search warrant was executed at her home, where police detained Untalan's sister Veronica. Another suspect, Nathan Earl McCord Borja, was seen walking away from the home, and he too was detained. Borja was found in possession of a glass pipe and empty baggies with meth residue. Maria and Veronica Untalan were charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to deliver. Borja also charged with possession. Last week, Borja was reported missing by family members. He had not been seen for nearly 3 weeks, and on Wednesday last week, he walked into the Agate precinct and told police he was okay, but left again without contacting his family. We'll have more news after this.
The GCC Votech Class of 79 is back. Join them on April 27th at the Onward Beach Hotel for a night of dinner, dancing, skits, and reminiscing. It's been 40 years since graduation, so take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime chance to relive the memories. There's also a memorial mass on Friday, the 26th, at the Santa Teresita Church. Be there at 5:30 for candle placement in honor of classmates who've gone before. Tickets for the reunion on the 27th are on sale for $40 a person. For details, find Connie Kittigwa San Nicholas at 488-6108 or Kathy Diaz, 777-3243. Viva 79ers!
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu.
11 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. The sister of DOC detainee Justin Menno, who was brutally beaten in the prison yard and later died, has filed a lawsuit seeking damages from the government of Guam, the Department of Corrections, and former DOC Director Tony Lamarena. Menno was awaiting trial on assault and burglary charges when he died on September 11, 2017, at the age of 22. Attorney David Lujan filed the lawsuit on behalf of his sister, Brianna Lynn Menno. The lawsuit alleges multiple violations of Justin Menno's civil rights, including failure to provide medical care, cruel and unusual punishment, violations of due process, and wrongful death. Before he died, Justin Menno was able to point to photos identifying his alleged attackers. Fellow inmates Jeremiah Ishizaki, Albert Santos II, and Peter Gines were charged with attempted murder and aggravated assault for Menno's beating, but the charges were later dropped after defense attorneys argued that any statements Justin Menno may have made identifying his attackers had to be thrown out because Menno was now deceased and the defense could not cross-examine him. Superior Court Judge Elise Iriarte yesterday dismissed the lawsuit filed by former Guam Regional Medical City CEO Margaret Bangzong against the private hospital. Bangzong filed the lawsuit in November last year, seeking a temporary restraining order and both a temporary and permanent injunction against GRMC. In her complaint, Bangzong sought reinstatement as chief executive officer of the hospital until such time as the issue of shareholder ownership of GRMC's parent company in the Philippines had been resolved. However, in her decision, Judge Iriarte ruled that Bangzong lacked standing to raise claims concerning harm to GRMC, and she found that Bangzong failed to state a claim for relief concerning the termination of her employment. Judge Iriarte granted GRMC's motion to dismiss Bangzong's complaint. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
It says partly cloudy and isolated light showers today, Kevin. East winds up to 20 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Expected highs today, 89 hot degrees. Overnight lows of about 76. Sunset tonight at 6:32, and sunrise tomorrow morning should be about 6:20. As we like to do here at the radio station, let's take a look at what's happening on the radar screen. The guy that interprets that for us is none other than Michael Knight. And we'll get that radar on the screen, and I can start to hear Michael Knight breathe now. Go.
There we go. Not much to look at on the radar. We've got some isolated showers. Once again, we're kind of sandwiched in between a couple of lines of showers. They're not coming over us, though, so it'll be a nice, dry drive to work this morning. Checking satellite, I found it to be pretty interesting this morning. What we see is basically some energy, a series of shear lines that have kind of draped over the area. We can tell this is so because the winds continue to be nice and cool in the mornings, and we continue to have winds overnight. That's the real big teller. Well, once those shear lines stop coming through, we'll have those very still mornings where we don't get much wind until the sun comes up. Anyway, what we've got here, just a little bit of moisture in the area, but a mostly dry situation at the surface. Blobbage way down to the southeast. Models are still suggesting that this is going to kind of turn into a very, very weak disturbance. Nothing to worry about in terms of any serious storm activity. But the models, the GFS in particular, indicating that that area of disturbed weather going to move basically right over Guam to start next week, and it could mean the GFS actually showing 3 or 4 days of some decent rain for us. And if that's the case, that'll help because the fire danger is starting to get really, really high.
It's been crispy for days. All right. Gotcha. 6:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're in Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the keyword? Look for the keyword.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the keyword on the screen and get a free Americano or tea with menu purchase when you mention the keyword at your next visit to the Hive. Conditions may apply.
Did you see it?
You got it. I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
I'm sorry. You know, the day after the legislature passes recreational marijuana legislation, I wonder what the key word ought to be today. Let's work on some of that, shall we? 6:15, portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by a whole bevy of folks, including American President Lines. They're shipping the future Micronesia renewable energy. Never been a better time to go solar. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. And if you are in the hunt these days for some great Lenten food, some seafood, go no further than the nearest King's restaurant. One in Timberling, one in Harmon. They got the great Lent menu with all kinds of four different ways to eat parrotfish, a bunch of different ways to have salmon and bangos. And shrimp, and they've also got, they've got, in addition to, kind of a basic menu, they've also got a seafood sensation menu. Are those little lobsters I see in there? Lobsters is seafood. Didn't give that up for Lent, did you? Get some at King's.
Do you know someone who has difficulty following conversation in noisy places or turns up the TV a little too loud? These may be signs of a hearing loss. Ross Hearing Aids specializes in hearing evaluations, custom-fit hearing aids using the latest in wireless digital technology, and custom-fit hearing protectors. Call Ross Hearing Aids today to schedule a complimentary hearing consultation. 637-HEAR, 637-HEAR. Ross Hearing Aids, located across Shirley's in Harmon.
And after you're done with that, go hit the drive-thru over at the nearest Wendy's. If your world is full of the same old lame old hamburgers, hit reset, because Wendy's did. And they've got the new made-to-crave menu, peppercorn mushroom melt barbecue cheeseburger and the Sauce bacon cheeseburger with plenty of bacons in it. It's your world now, and Wendy's just rocked it. Try the new hamburgers on the made-to-crave menu today at Wendy's. Swing by Cars Plus. Check out Jen and Joey and Dunge. They're driven by you. All kinds of fantastic two-wheels, four-wheel deals that they've got over there. And then get them insured at Nanbo's Insurance. Nanbo's got a bundle-up plan. Call them today at 477-9754 and find out how you can save up to 50% on Nanbo Insurance's bundle-up plans.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Barely uttered a word, and it's already a great show. We can do whatever we want to from here on out. I just got that feeling like today is going to be an interesting day on the air. If for no other reason, the interesting comments that we're already getting on the Facebook Live here, there's already some great commentary and great places to start the show. But let me start with this. Welcome. Well, this is a welcome mat for the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. The point is this part here where I kind of go around the room and let you know who's playing around with what and who's responsible for what. All I got to do is utter a few things and say some rascally comments from time to time. But there's some serious work that goes on here at the radio station. Significant button pushing that takes place, and my man Michael Knight takes care of that. He's our weather radar whisperer, and also the guy that answers the phone when you call it 888-8255. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, I went outside, took some pictures this morning, and shared those on Facebook of the stars in the sky, actually the planets, and I noticed that it wasn't particularly smoky out there.
Kevin Kerrigan from the Guam Daily Post. My, what an interesting day yesterday was, wasn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Was it kind of frustrating watching the legislature?
In recess?
Well,
most of the day.
There was a lot of back and forth. You know, I had somebody sending me clips of the legislature because they after hearing me multiple times complain about how just it is a world of woes. It is nothing but suffering watching the legislature because of all the go stop, long pause, go stop, stop. And you just it's impossible, I think, for most human beings, most rational human beings, to be able to take in the legislature. Notwithstanding, of course, the fact that the legislature was borderline incoherent at some points in the process yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm going from incoherent perhaps into incompetent, and then I started looking at my watch. I got stuff to do. I had places to go and things to take care of last night.
So I, as a matter of necessity, I had to stop watching the program. But I think it was that one time when Pito got up there, right, and it called for the same amendment that they had just voted on and declined. It said, well, I'd like to recess until tomorrow at 9. And there's Tina Rose up in this. We just did that. And everybody said no.
Just voted that down. You could tell he was kind of asking for somebody else and wasn't real clear on what he was supposed to ask for.
And then behind her, there's a Talena Nelson goes, woohoo, right? I'm thinking this is kind of Wild West days. You're out of order. You're out of order. You're out of order. What the heck was that all about? And obviously, at the end of it, we got the end of it. 8-7, and the narrow margins, and a bunch of that stuff. The journalists were able to catch up with who'd they talk to? A little bit of Tina, and a little bit of Will, and a little bit of Clint, obviously. And maybe if he's awake, because I imagine there might have been some celebration last night. I thought maybe I'd run by. I did. Last night was the annual meeting for Coast 360, and they asked me from time to time to host things like that. I've got a couple of accounts there, and we'll do it. They pay me, but I'll do it. Frankly, I'd do it for these orange pens, because I love the orange Coast 360 pens, right? It matches the little motif that we've got here on the program.
Grip on it.
A little bit of a squishy grip on it, but this thing rolls so well. Anyway, so it was, in fact, I'd announced on stage, I'd gotten a note from my friend that said that it was 8-7 vote in favor of, and so I got up on the microphone and told everybody about it. And there I'm not going to say thunderous applause in the room. A little bit more than that, but there were a lot of people that seemed to be delighted by it, and it didn't look like they were like stoner people. I think they were just people that go, okay, good, because I'm tired of the debate now. We've got the thing. Let's move it forward, and we'll talk about where the moving forward has to go, because I think those are a whole bunch of next steps on the program. It is 6:22 in the morning, and let's take a quick look and see who's playing around in the Facebooks.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see the troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
Oh, and there have been so many people jumping in and online and making comments here. All the funny jokes have already passed, aren't I think my cousin Tommy's asking, what am I going to be talking about today on the radio? You're brilliant there. Ismail, as usual, is first on the list. I see Simon Sanchez there. Chuck Sanchez, Bert Manansalas is back to the Stone Age. Tim Lohan, Evelyn Vince, Borja Polino. I see Gwen Timinglu there, and Johnny Rages saying Manana Sizus. Ray Souza watching the program from far away. I see Ken LG, whose point here this morning is, I am, therefore I think, or am I? It's a strange new world. Did you get that strange new world feeling when you woke up this morning? Rico Blancaflor's online. Good morning, Ray, Kev, Mike, and Guam. Let's get high. Guys, it's not a law yet. There still has one more signature, I think, before we can start having all the parties. Actually, it's one more signature, and then there is going to be this long period of time. Kevin touched on that in the news. We'll get around to that in a second. Albert Eliason says, according to an article in the Post, marijuana currently legal to consume. I'll go over some of the numbers on that. Dion Shinahara is there. Ismail with a note. Jussie was smoking weed. I can smell it. You're brilliant. I should be there, and you should be here. Randy Kruger's online, and there's Anita Muffness with her Valentine's eyes. Saw her last night at the Coast 360 shindig. Charlene Marchessault, Alex Ridge. I got former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Who else is playing around here? Good morning, Guam. Here we go. The aftermath of yesterday's epic unraveled saga, and it was unraveling indeed. There are going to be people there that may lose votes. I was thinking there might be a couple of people there that might get recalled based on what I thought were weird shenanigans going on at the legislature yesterday. Rico says, have a feeling recreational marijuana is doomed. to be like medicinal marijuana law with no real regulations. They're going to have to work on that. Lisa Areola, Bob Lizama, Cheryl Ochai, and when I was talking about what the keyword ought to be on the Vantage sign, Ken LG's submission is blurred as the keyword. Apples applies to speech, vision, memory, and morals. Adonis Mendiola's there, Alfredo Mendoza, Eunice Mendiola. Nate Horn, I think, responding to a question that I had about how much time does Auntie Lou have to deal with this. Now, Auntie Lou's the governor of Guam, and she indicated that she was in support of recreational marijuana, but obviously she needs to take a look. Her legal team needs to take a look at the measure that is as passed. I went to the legislature site this morning to see if I could get my hands on the as passed version of it, because I'm sure it looks completely different than the one that I originally read back in January when it was first introduced. So we'll see what we can find. Anyway, Nate's wondering maybe Easter on 4/21. Just in case somebody gave up pot for Lent, maybe that's going to be the target date. Maybe it'll lapse into law as it, on 4/20. Yeah, just the timing of it, right? Rick Leone's out there. James Howard, who has not stopped smiling. Richard Yu, Carl Fukuda Jr. is there. Adonis Mendiola says weed, yeah, is the next big industry, cash cow. Did they start smoking already? You know, Ray, I drove home last night. First, okay, so I wasn't able to eat at the Coast thing, right? So on the way home, I'm thinking I'm going to stop by Pokey Fry and order a fish taco, because I've had the burgers for like 2 days in a row. Mm-hmm. And so I went in there and I said, can I get a fish taco? And he said, oh, we're out of taco. I said, oh, darn, give me a burger. So 3 days worth of burgers over at Pokey Fry. There were people in the eating area, in the dining area, that were having a really, really good time. Now, I can't tell if they were having a good time because, I don't know, Wednesday night at the bar, or maybe it had to do with they were celebrating early with the smoking. I could not tell. I did not detect the peculiar aroma, if you will, of cannabis. On the way home, I drove with the windows rolled down because I wanted to see if the village smelled any different, and it didn't. You know, it was about 9:15, 9:30, so it's possible we weren't going to get that rush of the aroma. It's also possible that they smoked it all out earlier when they got the news that the legislature had passed the deal. But I don't know. There's people already been smoking there. Andy Tedinko's online. I see Vivian Sablan, LG. Love that profile picture. From here, you cannot tell that you got, what is that, bunny rabbit nose? John Ray Titano says you should get some orange pants for next year. John, did you like the red pants I wore last night? Lisa St. Augustine, Mingo Ree, Pam Duval is there. Yeah, Simon Sanchez talking about the unraveled nature of the legislature yesterday. He says that's why they call it sausage making. And good morning, Paulie Bloss, who I'm sure had a fantastic time last night. Bunches and bunches of people here, I think, to talk about, some to celebrate, and maybe some to decry what may or may not be happening next. Wondering, you know, all right, all the rules and regulations. And like I said, Kevin he touched on that in the news a little bit ago. I might touch on it again as we make our way through the headlines. I will, on the other side of this, take a look at some of the things that found its way into our WhatsApp in the last 24 hours. And yeah, a couple of things that do have to do with the conversation that took place all day at the legislature yesterday. I got 620. In fact, maybe I can get into some of that right about now. There's imagery that I can post up for you, and I'm wondering about this particular one that I saw, and it popped up. I don't know, last night. I was looking at this while I was chewing on the burger, and it is a graphic that somebody put together on Facebook. Voted no to legalize recreational marijuana, and there are pictures like mugshot style, right? Looks like one of those old wanted posters from back in the Wild Wild West. Or does it? Voting no, Will Castro, Mary Torres, Sabina Perez, Amanda Shelton, Jimmy Moylan, Therese Terlai, and who's that down around the bottom of that? Let me, I moved it. There it is. That's Delena. That's Delena Nelson.
And I'm not really surprised by any of those names.
Being in that in the place, do they all look like fuddy-duddies to you?
They really do.
They look like just
they
part.
come across that way.
They look like the ones, you know, when back in the 70s, 80s, we were having parties. They'd be the ones walking by. So don't do that.
Yeah.
Stop that.
Yeah.
You know what that's
when I'm just blowing
messing
the
with you.
face.
It's going to mess with your brain. It's going to make you high. It's going to make you sleep on the
That's going to hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of these people, and at least one person who I've referred to, and you get to figure out who it is. At least one person there that I've referred to as you remember when your teacher used to leave the room, they'd always assign just one person, the ultra straightest one in the room, to take down names of anybody that acted out while the teacher was out of the room. At least one of the people, heck, there's actually a couple of people in there that I readily identify as those kinds of people that sister would have left in charge of the classroom when she went out there. But the real point on this is this the wanted poster, or is somebody trying to villainize these senators for their stance on recreational marijuana, or is it possible that they are being celebrated by some in the community? That narrow 7 that stood in front of the prohibition and said, "Yeah, no, we have to continue to support this. We don't have enough information. We don't know enough about the ramifications. We don't know enough about the fiscal upside, the possible downside, what's going to be happening with tourism, and all of the other different excuses that we heard." I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say excuses. Is it possible that they are being lauded for standing up in front of this recreational marijuana bill? Because otherwise it's kind of hard to tell. You think about that, you ponder it, and then sort the thing out in your head. 888-825-888-TALK. Studio time is 6:31, and about time to jump into headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here is Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning: Guam Memorial Hospital officials confident they'll meet tomorrow's deadline to present their plan for addressing the final 2 issues cited by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. CMS has threatened GMH with termination of its Medicare provider status following a recent follow-up survey in February that found GMH was still not in compliance with CMS standards for quality assessment and performance improvement and anesthesia services. Dr. Annie Bordallo is the Associate Administrator of Medical Services at GMH. Dr. Jolene Uggan is the Associate Administrator of Clinical Services. They're working to correct the 2 issues. Dr. Uggan said that they're working diligently to meet the deadline tomorrow, and Dr. Bordallo pointed out that last April, GMH was facing 22 citations, and they're down to just the last 2 now. She said, "We have until the end of the week to demonstrate to CMS we can correct the final issues," and she's confident they can. A slight decrease in tourist arrivals contributed to the decrease in the amount of tax collected for the Tourist Attraction Fund. The fund's balance fell by $4.7 million to $20.9 million in the last fiscal year, according to an audit released yesterday by the Office of Public Accountability. Revenue collections from the fund's operating fund fell 1.8% to $43.2 million. The audit says that was due primarily to a decrease in the hotel occupancy tax because of a slight decrease in tourist arrivals. Lati period ceramic fragments were recently found at the future site of the live fire training range complex by an archaeological monitor. The monitor found the fragments last week. His discovery triggered a recording and recovery effort in compliance with the programmatic agreement. According to a release from the Marine Corps yesterday, work was halted. The approved data action plan was initiated, and the area was marked out, and the State Historic Preservation Office was notified. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
It's 6:33. That's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and learn what they can tell you about great telecommunication opportunities in 2019. Low-cost, mobile, low-cost internet. And for those of you with businesses that got marketing people out there on the streets all the time, ask them about push-to-talk as well. They're the only guys that do that at iConnect.
Laddie Stone Entertainment, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting proudly present the Miss and Mrs. Curry Guam Pageant on Wednesday, April 3rd at the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. Tickets are $25 in advance and $35 at the door. VIP tickets are $50 in advance and $65 at the door. Tickets available at the High, Misa Zone, the Vault, and from any of the lovely curvy contestants. Doors open at 6 p.m. and the show starts at 7. Hosted by yours truly, Ryan the Mixologist, and the beautiful Liza Camacho. Special thanks to Pitbull Empire, Local Promos, Figure 8, One Punch Media, and the International Sports Center.
Oh, it's too early for traffic here this morning. 6:30 for Thursday morning, and looking at the traffic gizmo, it doesn't seem to be showing a whole lot that is worth capturing any attention. Just intersections that have got some cars in them. Most of the traffic zones are all green, so I got smooth going from Jigo down Marine Corps Drive into Dededo, straight into Tamuning, Upper Tumon area, and right into the downtown Naganya area. Don't see anything happening that's going to slow you down. Route 10, Route 4, that's all looking good. Getting out of Zotnia and getting into the central part of the island should not be a problem at all. 6:35, that's right now traffic here on The Point.
Lent-friendly burgers at Chili's. Indulge in a selection of our famous burgers with a black bean patty. Black bean patties combine beans with onions, parsley, bell peppers, and cilantro. Served with dill pickles and fries. More Lenten entrees include the spicy shrimp tacos, Cajun pasta with shrimp, or grilled ancho salmon. Best of all, each entree is just $15 and comes with a refreshing Coca-Cola, iced tea, or Heineken on draft. Our fresh house salad with an entree for just $15. Chili's 3 for Me Lent menu. Available for a limited time. Chili's, more life happens here.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Diana Rose, Washington State. Vicky Ganash's Borja from right around here. Dave Duane says they vote their conscience, and I respect that. We all have an opinion, and I respect all options, pro or con. And a note from James Howard says, set Dice Edgar free. And you might not know what that is in reference to. I got to see if I know I printed it out. It's the on the magistrate report. You might have heard about this in the news last night, as they were desperately flailing about looking for something other than marijuana to fill a half-hour newscast with. Dice Edgar is the fella's name. And what did he get? He got pinched for something. On or about March 26, okay, GPD officers initiated a traffic stop. A 92 silver Toyota pickup truck, since the truck was driving without lights. During the traffic stop, the driver was identified as Dice Edgar. The defendant stated he did not have a driver's license, and when asked if he had anything illegal in his vehicle, like weapons or drugs, the defendant seemed to favor a black plastic case located on the plastic seat, and claimed it was empty. Maybe they're talking about passenger seat. He claimed it was empty. The defendant then voluntarily opened the container, and it contained approximately an ounce of marijuana. During the search, police found a plastic bag containing 13 unused baggies. The defendant stated that he was paid for work he did early in the day with an ounce of marijuana. The defendant said that he abuses marijuana, as has done so since high school. However, he denied selling marijuana. During a search of his person, they found a suspected methamphetamine pipe with trace amounts of black charred substance. When asked about the pipe, he said he had been smoking meth all day, and he just cleaned out the pipe with water. Given the small amount of the substance, no field test was conducted. Also found on the defendant's person were 4 loose cigarette wrapping papers. Because, a lot of people rolled their own cigarettes.
I ain't high, I'll tell you that, man. I don't feel nothing, man.
All right, so we got a couple of things going here, and though I will say I'm not in favor of anybody with the methamphetamine use. We'll make that very, very clear. In my mind, there are distinctions between the drugs, and the guy's claims to have a problem with marijuana that he's been abusing since high school. Oh yeah, and I also smoke ice on a regular, right? But he did a job for which he was paid with marijuana. 1,001 questions already popping into my head, and I hope the police are able to learn a couple of things after maybe another one of these Mandania deals. But you get it. Is that something that we might be able to do here in the future? Can we be? There might be some guys out there who don't want to have anything to do with dollars and cents. Don't want to be a part of that legitimate on the grid, in the grid lifestyle. Don't pay me with your dollars, man. I want to be paid with herb.
Yeah, be prepared for my negotiation outline for next year's contract.
I was going to say, right? Is that something? Is that doable? What do the people over the Department of Labor have to say about that? I mean, what are we going to do? So what's an ounce go for again? Because they said he had just under an ounce.
Yeah, about 800 to 1,000.
Get out of here for an ounce of marijuana?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
Absolutely.
How big is an ounce again? What is that?
That's 28 grams. And and. Basically, you can buy.
See what my friend is doing? This is the height of drug
I
mathematics.
live in the ghetto, man. You know, I mean, people come up to me all the time because I work in radio. They think I got money.
Well, they think
I got long hair, so they think I got other things too.
Probably also figure a guy works in radio. You can do the English to metric conversions pretty handily.
Yeah. So generally speaking, you can get about 3 grams for $100.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's being offered, and when you take that and extrapolate that over the 3 grams into 28, that's going to be what, about
I have no
a
idea.
little more than 8. So 100
so
times
it's about
8,
1,000. So about 800. Now, what kind of work do you suppose he did for $800? That's the other question. I would hope
it was probably illegal too.
That's the thing. So I would hope that the next question from the police department was, who do you work for? Huh? They ask it like in the movies. Who do you work for? Who sent you? Dice Edgar. And wouldn't it be? Nate Horn says it's called bartering, Ray. Yeah, I know. It's just the way he says it. He got paid in marijuana to do some kind of a job. How much fun is that? 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. 888-825-5888. TALK is the telephone number here as I kind of revel on all of this. Now, this doesn't mean, just because the legislature passed this bill, Kevin, it doesn't mean that everybody should be out looking around for that guy in the neighborhood and start smoking marijuana freely because, what it was outside of the possession of less than an ounce, which is a non-criminal offense, I guess.
Right. I mean, there's a lengthy process that has to be gone through.
Yeah.
The governor has to appoint a 9-member board.
Well, the first thing she's got to do is sign it.
Yeah.
How long does she have to sign it? I forget. I mean, the secretary is going to send it up to her today.
She's going to review it. We'll know, I'm sure, within 10 days or so what the action will be. But then she's got to appoint the 9-member Cannabis Control Board.
Mm-hmm.
The board has to devise rules and regulations. Those rules and regulations have to be submitted to the legislature.
Does the board have to be? Does everybody have to be confirmed by the legislature? Is there that process as well?
I don't know if this confirmation is necessary. But they're supposed to. They've got a year to devise the rules and regulations, submitted to the legislature. They have to be codified, placed into a bill. Public hearing has to be held on that bill. Lawmakers then have to approve the bill and then send it back to the governor for confirmation, and then perhaps in a year,
2021-ish.
Yeah.
Sounds like it before all of the other stuff gets put in place. Now that would apply to whatever the industrial side of it is, right? The growers and the retailers. That kind of thing?
And that's what the bill is about primarily. It's the establishment of a cannabis industry on Guam.
Now, what about personal consumption?
Like alcohol and cigarettes, it's prohibited. You can't light up on the street, on the beach, or in a restaurant, or in your car, and that sort of thing. But according to Clint,
can I grow my own? Can I? I mean, if somehow I magically got some seeds,
got to get a license.
I would have to get a license.
Yeah.
And under the medicinal marijuana laws or under the proposed recreational marijuana laws?
The best person to ask about these details is Clint.
Might be Clint. Like I said,
there's still a lot of questions like yours that are unanswered. I certainly don't know everything about them.
So, and with regard to Clint, let me see. I sent him a note this morning. Actually, I sent him a note last night congratulating him on the effort. And let me see. I have 2 great check marks on that. Sent him a note this morning asking where can I get the as-passed version of the measure, and I have 2 great check marks on that. So it is possible that the Clint Rigel is probably not awake at this time. I don't think they have to go in until 11 o'clock or something like that over at the legislature to finish up with the other measures that, I don't know, does anybody care about anything else that the legislature is supposed to be working on today? Well, at least not from my perspective. 888-8255, 888-TALK. And Pat Norma Jean Flores is there. Lillian Cruz is online. I see Pam Duvall. Cardboard signs. I will work for weed. Hey, listen, if that's the case, then fine. Go ahead and work for weed instead of standing around on the intersections and trying to get some money out of people that you're trying to make feel sorry for you. Tutao, that's noise from Yoich Rengil out there. Ishmael says he built a spare room. No wonder you can't get construction work done. We are paying with the wrong currency. I got Lillian Cruz there and Jax Cabrera, Nate Horn, Johnny Torres, Jackie Cabrera, Rosel Romanis Regis is online. There's Chris from Bigger Better. Jennifer Post Schnitger is online. Paulie Bloss saying breaking news: 5G now on Guam. So that means your current 4G LTE that has speeds of dial-up 56 kilobit is now bumped up to 126 kilobytes. I don't know that it's on Guam now. I know there was a thing last night, and as I said, it was over at the Coast 360 party, so I wasn't able to make the launch for the lab that they've got, the 5G lab over at Docomo. I did have a friend meet up with me a little bit later on, and she indicated that the party at Docomo was probably one of the biggest nerd fest that she had ever seen in her life, with all of the stuff that they were talking about, 5G technology and the lab technology. But what was the most interesting to me coming out of that, hi Therese and Theseus, what was most interesting to me about that was the conversation about the driverless car.
Right, that's coming here to be tested. Yeah.
Really?
That's what they announced in Tokyo yesterday.
They're sending one of these Sony cars.
Guam will host some tests of a driverless concept car that's a collaboration between two of Japan's biggest tech and telecom companies, NTT Docomo and Sony.
I wonder if they'll program it to run red lights.
No,
like
I saw the picture.
Does.
It looks like an old Walkman. It looks like I'm looking for the little sticker on the side that says it's a Sony.
Yeah, where's the windshield too? How are you going to see out? I mean,
you don't need to see out if it's a driverless vehicle.
I'm not getting in it then.
It's a driverless. There's somebody else is doing it by remote control. Is part of. I think there is also some of that. So I mean, the thing has got 360-degree view and 4K high def. That's why they need the 5G to be able to do that, because 5G is the platform that will allow for that incredible wideband data to be transmitted in real time back to wherever the remote headquarters are. They're supposed to be surveilling what it is that the driver sees. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's interesting. Kevin Kerrigan from the old horse and carriage days says, I'm not getting in that thing. No way. And I remember, didn't I tell, it was just a couple of months ago, we had this story about a county in California someplace.
Arizona.
Was it Arizona? Yeah, where they beat up the cars.
Yeah, that's right.
There's all these people in the town. Somebody got hurt in an accident involving one of these driverless cars, and now it's a free-for-all. Any citizen, and I don't think the police are doing anything about it, any citizen that sees one of these driverless cars goes after it with a crowbar, a baseball bat, tire iron, all of that stuff, and say, get these things out of here. We don't want them. We don't need them. For me, the question is, and it was one of the first things I saw on Facebook. Somebody else with a similar comment said, "Are these things going to be smart enough to watch out for the drunks walking on the roadways in the middle of the night? Will they be able to do that? Is this Sony Docomo car going to be smart enough to navigate through the potholes? Is it going to know where the zaff parts of the road are before DPW gets out and fixes them? Is it going to be able to navigate the village streets with the stray dogs?
And will it know how long the light is red before it gets to continue running through it?
Before it goes through and runs the thing down. But yeah, potholes, booney dogs, the drunks, and all of that stuff. Hey, listen, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And maybe they could do, because I see what they're doing here. It's a little small thing, but it would be interesting to see what they might be able to do with multiple passenger vehicles, right? Because we don't really have a good mass transit system here. So it would be nice maybe if this thing goes through a couple of beta tests and a couple of small kind launches, maybe from there we branch out into something a little bit more that has the feel of buses. And it'd be nice if rich companies like Sony and Docomo would pay for all of that for us. Your thoughts on it as well. Thanks very much. John Torres says, 5G is Skynet. The machines are coming, and they're coming for us. Donis Mendiola says, the Sakis are going to jump it and sell it for parts. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number here. Free dice, Edgar. That's funny. And then we go back to some of the reaction, online reaction from folks like you. The Sakis are going to jump it. Yeah, they're going to turn it into a TV, because it's a little small thing, right? Didn't it look like it could fit on your television stand at the house? Kind of has that kind of flash forward look. In terms of reactions, there was also, I guess there was a town hall that somebody had tried to throw together last night, which was part of the sausage making that took place over at the legislature. I guess there was a group that was trying to get things finished up, a call a recess, so there was time for people to go to the town hall, or for the town hall to have some kind of reaction on the votes that took place last night or yesterday, or to keep people out of it. I wasn't exactly sure 100% what was going on. Frankly, I didn't hear that there was a town hall, but I guess a few people did get together and talk about it. I'm sure many of them are really dead set against this thing moving forward. I'm wondering a couple of things. Will the guerra, will the war now that it is done, as Will Castro says, it's done, it's over at the legislature, does that mean now that this battle will be taken to Adelup? Because it's one signature away from the enactment of this bill that will start the clock running on all of these different things. So will groups that have identified themselves online and in petitions online and in social media, will they now take the battle to Adelup? And how will Adelup be tested here? She's already said that, in theory, she's all right with it. Just needs to review the legislation and see if there's anything in there that she patently hates or is patently against the Organic Act or whatever, and then act on it. So I don't know. There's a fellow named Eugene, and it was now referring to the fake eight. Says, senators, especially the fake eight, it's truly a shame that you have not put your faith in God and listened to the people who have elected you to serve us. May God have mercy upon us all. In this Lenten season, let us be reminded about having humility in our hearts and not harden our hearts and fall deaf to the pleas of the people. You have created a great disservice to the people of Guam. Now I fear for the lives of my family and the generations of families after I leave this world. Prophecy unfolds in front of our very eyes, and yet you continue to choose to avoid hearing these messages, spoken and written down by the very word of God himself. Our great love for the Holy Bible, signed Eugene. And various kinds of scripture that is attached to all of that. So you can tell that there's some people that still have got some issues on that. Sony and Docomo to test driverless concept vehicle via 5G trial network in Guam. This is not a story from Guam. This is a story out of Tokyo, carried in Business Wire, a Berkshire Hathaway company. So this story is going a little bit wider than even here on Guam, even the newspapers and all of that here on Guam. Nate Horn says, didn't God make this plant? Asking for a friend. Don't you reality check? Don't you reality check? They can get people, they want to live in their own little world, and that might be it. Ted says, we all know that no matter what the Fabulous Eight would rush to pass that. Oh, I see. We all know, no matter what, the Fabulous Eight would rush to pass this bill. Let's hope they can give this much energy and other important, serious issues affecting our island and people, the amenders.
I was really kind of surprised that it turned out the way it did. All right, I knew about the eight, that they would probably vote for it. And then we had the others. And what I really thought was going to happen, and I even talked to Joe Cruz about it, I thought 3 or 4 of the senators would just simply abstain from the vote. And then when it got to the governor, she would look at it and go, oh, wow, yeah, I did get 8 yes votes. Yeah. But 4 of them just didn't. They just abstained, and I need to find out why.
Mary Torres did pass. She didn't vote yes or no. 3 passes
is a no vote, yeah.
So she didn't state yes or no definitively.
Right.
I really thought they were going to try to use that tactic to tie it up longer without an actual passage.
So I think there would have been greater political hell to pay had they have done that. So look, the fake eight, as Eugene calls them, the fake eight, they got nothing. I mean, before the eyes of God and I presume about 60-65% of the community here that were actually in support, because that's what it feels like to me, in support of the legislation. They're golden, and it doesn't look like there was a whole lot of wavering there. I'm told that Luis Amuña was kind of the tiebreaker here, the swing vote, if you will. But it occurred to me that the other day she'd said, "Look, if this gets medicinal marijuana or marijuana for medicinal patients, sufferers faster, if it gets them to the care faster, the pain relief or whatever faster, then she's for it." So that didn't completely surprise me. And if she turned out to be the eighth vote, then that's fine. The 7 that voted against it, and in many cases had been hard-nosed all the way through this. Hard-nosed all the way through this. So they stood on their rock and and will be recognized for standing on their rock. Look, the people that were pro marijuana might have problems with Telena and Will and Mary and Sabina and Amanda and Jimmy and Therese. But you know, I don't know that anybody's really surprised by that.
No, I'm not.
And so you've got the 8 that voted in for it. You got the 7 that voted against it. Had there been a couple of these guys that had abstained, had pulled one of these, "Oh, I've got a off-island trip, I can't go. Oh, I stubbed my toe. Oh, I got a booger, I can't make it to work today." You just don't know the pain of plantar fasciitis. You wake up in the morning and you put your foot on the ground and it hurts, to bring the tears. But after a while it goes away, but you never know when it's going to come back. So I better just stay home in bed. I just better lay down with the covers over my eyes and pretend not to be a senator. There would have been political hell to pay for anybody that would try to skate on the responsibility of voting on as weighty a measure as this. And it would have been credence to the gutless GOP statement that maybe this is too much for 15 people to ponder. I got that from somebody last night. I don't know. This should go to a referendum. I said, there's a lot of things that should go to a referendum, and they almost never do. New taxes, increases in taxes, new borrowing. All of those things, by law, are supposed to go before the people of Guam in some kind of a referendum. And we've had plenty of increase in taxes and new taxes, and we've had plenty of borrowing, and I don't ever remember being asked on a ballot whether that was something that I was crazy about. So, 6:56 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Are there other items at the table of contents that are worth talking about? Of course there are. This is Guam. I was asked about that last night, too. I said, don't you ever worry that you will run out of things to say on the radio? I said, no, absolutely not. Look, this is just, if you can see it online, this is just the junk that I'm going to talk about today. That doesn't include the junk that was on the table of contents yesterday that I didn't get to, the junk on the table of contents from the day before that we didn't get to. I'll give you an example, because I look at everything. Nothing, I'm going to brag. And I shouldn't, because the second I say something like, nothing goes in front of me that I don't observe or have some kind of a remark about, and then somebody's going to say, yeah, but you missed that town hall that they were talking about yesterday. Fine, I got it. But there's a whole bunch of things that my gaze reaches, and you just go, really? I need that. Example, GVB the other day took out an ad seeking a director of global marketing. Guam Visitors Bureau looking for a director of global marketing. Let me just say this about that. That's the job for me. That is the job for me. And I can do both. I can do this. I'll get here in the morning at 4:45 and start the work and get the program going. And 10 o'clock, I'll just go right down to GVB. It's right down the hill from where I am. Walk down there, pass by Mezclados, grab myself a sandwich and a Coke, and then go to do my job as Director of Global Marketing at the Guam Visitors Bureau. Why is that the job for me? It seems to meet my requirements. There's, I'm sure, some travel involved. I mean, you can't be the director of global marketing without getting on an airplane every once in a while, right? Just as long as it's not one of those 737 Maxes. I don't want to fly those for a while. So there's going to be some travel involved. What are the expectations of the results of this job? Right? What are the expectations? You know, if we get another 2 or 3 people get on an airplane and come to visit Guam from, I don't know, Paris or someplace like that, Mexico, somewhere besides Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, and the Philippines, right? I'd call that a victory. And there's plenty of them that come all by themselves. They don't need a director of global marketing to get all this stuff done. I'm not sure about the salaries. I was looking for something in the low 6s, but this one here looks like it's just in the high 5s. But survivable, you know, given that, hey, it's TVB. It's nice digs. There's always food down there, and as I said, got to be some travel and low expectations for results. Don't you compete with me on this job either. I know what you're thinking. You're going to go in there and apply before I get there. The director of global marketing position over at the Guam Visitors Bureau. Yeah, good salary, lots of travel. Low expectations of results. That's my kind of job. 7 o'clock in the morning, or darn close to it, the radio station is KUSG. Got you. My name is Ray Gibson. Kevin Kerrigan's got news coming up after Fox News. Mike and I are going to take another pass at the weather. Jerry Roberts going to be in the studio with this morning's Extra Point. What's it going to be about today? I don't know. We'll have to listen and find out. Stick around, Brown. We're KUSG. I got you.
Congress has a lot of questions about grounded Boeing jets. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. As 2 recent crashes remain under investigation, the original approval of those planes is under scrutiny. Fox's Jared Halpern is live on Capitol Hill.
One question the acting head of the FAA is trying to explain is why Boeing needed only an amended certification for its 737 MAX aircraft, an upgraded generation of earlier 737 models.
The criteria is examined as to whether there's a fundamental difference in the thrust, weight, flight characteristics of the applicant.
Daniel Elwell says the 737 MAX instead featured what he called new modern complexities. That amended certification process is now under audit by the Transportation Department's Inspector General. The IG told the Senate panel that review could take several months. Lisa.
Meantime, Jared, Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao also getting questions about FAA oversight at a separate hearing earlier today.
I am, of course, concerned about any allegations of coziness with any company, manufacturer.
She calls the FAA professional, but suggests oversight changes are needed. The nation's highest military honor just awarded posthumously to Army Staff Sergeant Travis Atkins, who threw himself on a suicide bomber in Iraq in 2007.
He did not hesitate. He rose to the highest calling. He laid down his life to save the lives of his fellow warriors.
Atkins' son, who was 11 at the time, accepting the award at the White House ceremony with some of his father's fellow soldiers looking on.
All over appreciation for his men. Everything you have said to me over the last few days has meant the world to me, and it changes my life every day.
Just getting word that the Trump administration's approval of a plan in Kentucky and Arkansas to impose work requirements on Medicaid recipients is being overturned by a federal judge. This is Fox News.
The stations of Choice Broadcasting are celebrating April 2019 as National Earth Month with the return of our Upcycle Mascot Showdown. We've invited the public elementary schools to set the example and build their school mascots completely out of recyclable material. Stay tuned to our stations to see how you can vote for your favorite school this April. Celebrate Earth Month with our students in the 2019 Upcycle Mascot Showdown. Brought to you by the Agania Shopping Center, Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty, Sylvan Learning Center, Family Finance, Buddy's Home Furnishings, and the stations of Choice Broadcasting.
It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu. Now back at King's Restaurants. Your tasty favorites like salmon curry, orange shrimp, and whole deep-fried parrotfish will have you swimming with flavors from the sea. Our fried rice with salmon or shrimp will make ordering easy and delicious. It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu. Available all day, every day, just for Lent, and only at King's.
The man charged with kidnapping a 13-year-old girl after killing her parents pleads guilty in Wisconsin.
Did anyone make any threats or promises to get you to sign this form or to plead guilty?
No.
Anything outside of this plea agreement?
No.
21-year-old Jake Patterson facing up to life in prison when he's sentenced in May. He had written to reporters saying he wanted to spare Jamie Kloss and her family a trial. Members of the family, as well as Patterson's father and sister, were in court for today's hearing. In Virginia, the man convicted on state murder charges for killing a counter-protester with his car during a white nationalist rally in Charlottesville pleads guilty to federal hate crime charges, 30 counts in all. It's not yet clear if that plea will take the death penalty off the table. James Fields Jr. already facing what amounts to life in prison for the death of Heather Heyer. Facebook is extending a ban on white supremacists to other hate speech.
Going forward, Facebook says it will treat white nationalism and separatism the same as white supremacy. The company revealing in a blog post it will prohibit explicit praise, support, or representation of these ideologies, banning statements like, "I am a proud white nationalist," or "Immigration is tearing this country apart. White separatism is the only answer." This includes on Instagram. The shift comes following a conversation with civil rights groups and experts in race relations who helped confirm white nationalism and separatism cannot be meaningfully separated from white supremacy and organized hate groups.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Nicolas Maduro must go. That message about the disputed Venezuelan president from Vice President Pence today as he met with the wife of self-proclaimed interim leader Juan Guaido.
Nicolas Maduro is a dictator with no legitimate claim to power.
He also is urging Russia to stop providing support to the Maduro regime. I'm Lisa Grady. This is Fox News.
If you have family or friends getting treatment right now at St. Luke's Medical Center in the Philippines, we want to connect with you. Hafaday, I'm Joe Guam. Thanks to our partners, we're bringing Mes Samoru to St. Luke's in Global City. I'll be playing a free show on March 29th from 2 to 4 p.m. in the St. Luke's Piano Lounge for all our Guamanians out there. All family members accompanying the patient are invited to join us, but seats are limited, so please tell your family to go to joeguam.com to register online and reserve your spot. This event is presented by Guam Windward Memorial. Special thanks to our affiliate partners, Stay Well Guam, Take Care Insurance, Guam Hearing Doctors, Lombard Health Eye Clinic, Guam Premier Outlets, and Coast 360. Our contributing partners, Moylan's Net Care and Data Management Resources. Our supporting partners, American Music, Fizz & Co., The Coconut Tree Company, Kadu Restaurant, and our promotional partner, The Point, Sidus Mosids, and Biba Mes Samoru.
I'm proud to be a Guamanian where America's day begins. And I can't forget the women and men who fought for my brown skin.
Shrimp and guacamole for Lent at Subway. The all-new shrimp and guacamole combines generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guacamole served on freshly baked bread, paired with vegetables cut fresh daily in restaurants and sauces that are sure to excite your taste buds. Hurry in, it's only available for a limited time. Other fresh Lenten flavors include the classic tuna or the mouth-watering greatness of our seafood sensation. Don't forget the Veggie Max, a delicious and tasty vegetarian patty. Visit any of our convenient locations today. At Subway, you make it what you want.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Thursday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam lawmakers last night approved a measure that establishes a framework for the creation of a cannabis industry that could eventually lead to the legalization of the production, sale, and taxation of marijuana on Guam. Senator Clint Rigel's bill 32-35 passed by a vote of 8-7. Senators Rigel, Joe San Augustine, Regine Bisco-Lee, Tello Taitagui, Luis Muña, Jose Terlahi, Kelly Marsh, and Speaker Tina Muña-Barnes all voted in favor of the measure. Senators Jim Moylan, Will Castro, Therese Terlahi, Sabina Perez, Mary Torres, Amanda Shelton, and Talina Nelson voted against it. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has expressed support for the measure and is expected to sign it into law, but the governor's office last night issued a statement saying the governor would have no comment on the cannabis bill until she has reviewed it. Senator Rigel said he was excited and happy with the outcome. He thanked the 8 senators who voted for it, as well as those who voted against it, citing their contributions to the debate. It is done, said Minority Leader Senator Will Castro, who voted no. The next step, he said, is to strengthen the bill with the rules and regulations that go with it. If the governor signs the Guam Cannabis Industry Act of 2019 into law, it will be some time before homegrown marijuana products will be available for purchase in any cannabis stores. First, a cannabis control board has to be established. The governor must appoint 9 members to that board. Then, within 1 year of the effective date of the law, the commission must submit its proposed rules to the legislature. Those rules will have to be turned into a piece of legislation. A public hearing then must be held on that legislation within 75 days after the legislature gets the rules and regulations from the board. The bill then must be approved by lawmakers and sent on to the governor for final action. The commercial sale of cannabis will not be permitted until the rules and regulations governing the cannabis industry have become law. Maria Elaine Lizama Untalan has been arrested on allegations of selling methamphetamine in Agana Heights. According to the magistrate report, police conducted a traffic stop and found Untalan in possession of about 590 grams of meth. A search warrant was executed at her home, where police then detained Untalan's sister Veronica. Another suspect, Nathan Earl McCord Borja, was seen walking away from the home, and he too was detained. Borja was found to be in possession of a glass pipe and empty baggies with meth residue. Maria and Veronica Untalan were charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to deliver. Borja was also charged with possession. Last week, it was Borja who was reported missing by his family members. He hadn't been seen in nearly 3 weeks, and on Wednesday last week, he walked into the Agate precinct and told police he was okay, but then he left again without contacting his family. We'll have more news after this.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Mark Benventi of Santa Rita, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voice of our community and sharing thoughts and issues that affect us all. It all boils down to our people, our land. Protei Igumamo. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Looking for a great deal on a new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram? Then get to Cars Plus in Mighty now for our spring sales event, like a new Jeep Compass Sport, $166 per paycheck, or a new Chrysler Pacifica LX, $220 per paycheck, or save $8,500 on a new Ram 1500. How about a new Jeep Wrangler Sport, only $274 per paycheck? Low 1.99% financing is available on approved credit. Save thousands during our spring sales event going on now at Cars Plus in Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you.
11 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. Guam Memorial Hospital officials are confident they'll meet tomorrow's deadline to present their plan for addressing the final 2 issues cited by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. CMS has threatened GMH with termination of its Medicare provider status following a recent follow-up survey in February that found that the hospital was still not in compliance with CMS standards for quality assessment and performance improvement and anesthesia services. Leading the effort to correct the deficiencies are Dr. Annie Bordallo and Dr. Jolene Uggan, who are associate administrators at GMH. We're working diligently to meet the deadline, said Dr. Uggan, who added that she wants the community to know that they're taking the deadline very seriously. Dr. Bordallo pointed out that last April, GMH was facing 22 citations from CMS. We're down to the last 2, she said, and she's confident they'll have a corrective action plan ready by tomorrow that CMS will be able to accept. If CMS does not accept their plan of action, however, the hospital could lose more than $20 million in annual Medicare reimbursements. Lati period ceramic fragments were recently found at the future site of the live firing training range complex in Dedido. On-site archaeologists monitoring the construction effort found the fragments last week. The discovery triggered a recovery effort in compliance with the programmatic agreement. According to a news release from Marine Corps Activity Guam, work was halted in that area. A recovery plan was initiated. The area was marked off, and the State Historic Preservation Office on Guam was notified. The release states that only ceramic fragments were found. No other type of artifacts or other historic features were observed. The Marine Corps Environmental Office is working with the Guam State Historic Preservation Office to minimize adverse effects on historic properties during the construction period. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
7:13 in the morning. Thanks, Kevin. Partly cloudy skies. Look at isolated light showers today. Winds from the east, 15 to 20 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Highs should be about 89 degrees. Overnight lows about 76 degrees. The sunset tonight at 6:32. And get ready to check out sunrise tomorrow morning about 6:20 a.m. What's the ride to work going to be like? Well, we'll take a look at the radar for the near forecast.
What you see is about what you're getting. Just a few clouds in the sky and not much in the way of showers over Guam. It looks like that'll be the case for most of the day today. We're in that dry trade wind scheme. The winds, they're kind of coming from the east-northeast today, so I think there's a far less chance of having those orographic showers over the south where we really need it because things are drying out big time down in the hills down south. Not looking for any rain for the remainder of this week, but models are hinting that blobage you see on satellite here down to the southeast could move up in our direction over the weekend and get here sometime early next week. The GFS model shows it actually kind of hanging around for a few days, and that would be kind of nice, kind of moisten things up just a bit and get us out of the fire danger.
It'll be nice to cool things down, too, get some high-altitude cloud cover on that. So now, is it forming into anything, or is it just going to be a massive weather moving through here?
It's just, it will be turning into a very weak low-pressure area, but the conditions are just not right for any significant development, so there will be rain, there will be clouds, and maybe even an uptick in the winds, but nothing really significant other than those things.
Well, roger that.
Should be good.
All right, buddy. 7:14, that's news and weather together here on The Point.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing. I love you, Daddy. How's your hearing?
Lobster mac and cheese. You know, getting late in the Lenten season, and maybe you're tired of eating 4 different kinds of parrotfish. Well, take a look at the seafood sensation menus that you can find at places like King's, and find out about the salmon fried rice. They've got whole bangos there, salmon curry, and plenty more. It's going to be a whole lot of fun dining over at King's. The Ray Gibson Show brought to you by American President Lines. APL is shipping the future in Micronesia renewable energy. You know, there's never been a better time to go solar.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
I got you. Guam Regional Medical City is the first choice for your specialty care needs. If you're going to be on the lookout for a brand new car in 2019, make sure that you stop by Cars Plus up and mighty. Jen will show you the latest. Dunge will, if you're looking for like fleet solutions, talk to Dunge Rios about all of that stuff. Or if you're just looking for a great deal, or maybe it's that time of your life where you're thinking, you know, I'd look great on a motorcycle. That's Joey's department right there.
Do they sell used cars there?
I believe they've got access to used automobiles.
That's more line of my thing.
You might be able to find something there, and they talk to just about every bank on Guam. Might be able to get you something. Can you pay in weed? That's going to be the next thing. If we can pay Dice with marijuana for helping me, resurface the kitchen counters, then we ought to be able to buy cars with dope.
Yeah, if I could pay in weed, I could probably get a new car.
Portions of the program also brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. They've got a great new made-to-crave menu. We're talking about burgers and how great the burgers are over at Wendy's. 3 different kinds that I want you to try. Peppercorn mushroom. They've got a barbecue burger at Wendy's these days. And, of course, the star of that made-to-crave menu is the Sauce'em Bacon Burger, because it's got Sauce'em sauce on it and bacon. Last time I had one of these things, the bacon was falling out of the burger. It was just absolutely loaded with it. So try that today, would you, at Wendy's?
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
YOLO! You only live once. That's one of my favorite phrases that you see every once in a while. I got was looking at another phrase. This is bringing out this whole concept of the recreational marijuana and the different divisions in the community in different ways. The people are looking at things like personal choice and the responsibilities of the government or whatever. I got a note from this guy Jude Lizam on one of the posts that I was looking at. He says, "Life should not be a journey to the grave with the intention of arriving safely in a pretty and well-preserved body, but rather to skid in broadside in a cloud of smoke, thoroughly used up, totally worn out, and loudly proclaiming, 'Wow, what a ride.'" Thank you, Hunter Thompson. What's the other one? Die young, live fast, die young, leave a good-looking corpse. There you go. It's 7:18 in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Lots of stuff that we've got to get to. I've got a couple of items on my business notes here today. There's one that is actually pertinent for now, and that is the problem with no name. Discover the problem with no name, whose symptoms and characteristics prevent women from using their inner power in their climb up the ladder of success. Chamber of Business Women's Network has got the Unleash Your Power and Propel Yourself to Success deal. This is going to be taking place right now, pretty much right now at the gallery at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. Discussion will be led by Dr. Laura Souder, founder, president, and CEO of Souder, Betances, and Associates. And again, you need to get in there, ladies, and hear from her and hear some other great stories from some of the other power ladies in the Guam Women's Business Women's Network. Again, it's going to be at the Hilton. You need to get there by 8. Everything starts at 8:30. Bring your checkbook or credit card and get ready to make out a check to the Guam Chamber of Commerce because it'll cost you a couple of bucks to get in, but it should be absolutely worth it. 7:19 in the morning. Did you want me to take a look at what the numbers were on the markets? Everything going backwards today. It was a little rally let yesterday. And it looks like everybody gave up some. S&P 500 off by 13 points, 2,805. The NASDAQ closed at 76.43. That's off by 48 points. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average, what did they pick up, like 200-something yesterday? Today, off by 32 points to close at 25,625. FTSE's down, Nikkei's down. Hang Seng will open in the green, so will the Shanghai Index. If you're buying oil today, West Texas crude is off by 65 cents. That's always good news to see things roll backwards. $59.39. I've got numbers for tapas, but you won't like them. $70.75. Was trading around $70.91 a few days ago. Dipped a little bit into the low 70s, now back up to $70.75 for a barrel of tapas.
Your Thursday Bitcoin update, just under $4,010. $4,009.99.
Yeah, so it's still kind of narrow in the trading range there, doesn't it?
It
doesn't look like it's going back up heavy.
Not significantly, but that is up a little bit over our report last
week. Not looking like it's losing a whole lot of value either. So
no, it's not. It's kind of hanging steady, slow increase, and of course that's really what you want to see. These volatile swings of up and down. It's crazy. You really want that steady climb. Because it's an investment like any other, and it's a long term. You got to consider it long term.
I've been trying to. Well, I mean, the long term, I guess, is you got to get used to the idea that it's only going to be there unless there's some other significant impetus or drive. Now people talk about it like it's some kind of an equity as opposed to being some kind of a currency. So what what is the long term? And the problem with it being as new as it is, this blockchain technology and all of this, the problem is we don't have 100 years worth of use data. It's not like we can say, and there's a seasonality to the ups and downs and the ebbs and flows for Bitcoin and this cyber currency because it's only been around for a few years.
That's right.
And so few people understand it. That's the voice you hear. That's Jerry Roberts in the studio, 722. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm well today. How are you?
Are you well?
I'm well.
Can you straighten out? Will you be able to bridge the vast divide in this community between the ones that are prohibitionists and the ones that are anti-prohibition? Because I don't want to say it's a vast divide. I don't want to say it's a mean, ugly divide. I think there are people on the extremes of both sides. And as you can see from the conversation on Facebook Live here this morning, there are actually places where they're giggling at each other's arguments. So it's a little bit more like a little fight in the family as opposed to a big civil war.
The majority of people do not use marijuana in this community and in most communities. So the silent majority, basically, is not involved in this, other than what they may look at
just
from
observances.
From their political views, their religious views, or whatever, whether they want it in the community or not. But the majority of people don't use it. So the issue is. So, I mean, it'll take them a long time to get this thing together. I think I was listening to Kevin. It's like a year, over a year now, before the things come.
We'll see. The board has up to a year to file the rules and regs. So how long they'll take, I don't know.
We don't know. Okay, so it's a bit down the road yet.
Well, you got to get the people on the board first.
Well,
so we got to populate that, right?
So now, all right.
So it's not like we could have had 20,
It's
20
not going to
people
be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not like there was somebody that started working on the rules and regulations last week. These guys are going to have to start from scratch. So it's going to be a while before we see anything official happening on this.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was done. I'm just saying that it's not like you're going to be able to walk into Rainbow Market tomorrow. Sorry, there's a reference that goes back in time. It's not like you'll be able to walk into Kmart and walk up to their special, marijuana cannabis aisle.
You think Kmart would have it? You think Kmart's going to stock it?
No, one of the requirements will be that it's only distributed through dispensaries.
So some kind of a quote-unquote
dispensary. You won't be able to go to the convenience stores, the grocery stores, and all of that. That's how it's regulated in all the other states, and I'm sure we're going to follow suit.
Let me toss something else in here.
Go ahead.
There are a lot of companies out there that are going to get nervous about this because you're going to have to, HR is going to have to weigh in, legal is going to have to weigh in. If it's legal to have marijuana from a recreational standpoint, will companies allow it to be used during working hours?
We prohibit it the same way that we do with alcohol.
Exactly. I would think that the rules that apply to alcohol would also apply to marijuana.
Sure.
And in fact, as a precedence, over in the mainland, companies are allowed legally to maintain their drug-free rules and regulations and still test the employees, whether it's legal or not.
The company
for
can determine
recreational.
whether it's drug-free.
If they test positive, then the company can decide. If they do
Smoking
or do not.
rules as well. Nobody's going to be allow a person to smoke cigarettes at a place of work or light up a joint.
Yeah. So if you are not right now, you are prohibited by your boss from being high at work, smoking marijuana on the job. That doesn't change just because 8 people at the legislature signed off on this, and Auntie Lou is going to sign off, and that won't change. My understanding is, and the federal laws seem to back this up, the labor laws seem to back it up. That's if it's against your company handbook, then the company is free to let you go based on violations of that. If they want to continue to test, then they'll continue to test. I don't know that that's one of those things that we really. For me, I think the fun is going to be watching how people deal with the dollars and cents of this in a couple of years after this all goes through, to figure out how we're going to be able to take these dollars and put them someplace and then be able to do something with them. It's entirely a cash business right now. I was with some people from a financial institution, and they said, "Well, we won't be able to take those dollars in. We won't be able to take deposits." I said, "Yeah, but you got any room in your vault?" You just need the warehouse. I'm going to give you something that looks like American dollar bills in a box. Could you just watch this for me, and I'll gladly pay you for space in the vault where you've got big doors and locks and a security guy. Yeah. That's all it takes.
No, they won't.
Well, somebody, you're going to have to warehouse it somewhere. Because otherwise...
The question is going to be, well, again, if it comes to legal dispensaries, as Mike is saying, then I'm sure that they'll have some kind of way to get around that. But, you're not going to walk in with a box full of money and say, "Can you put this in my account?"
No, not into my account. I don't. This is not a deposit.
It doesn't matter. The banks are not going to take it.
You're just storing it for me. Somebody will come up with a solution to be able to store massive amounts of cash
an
safely.
Entrepreneur who's not a bank and not governed by the banking laws of the United States.
If I'm just leasing you space, I think there's plenty of banks that might have a room off in the corner that they might be able to say, we'll go ahead and hold this for you.
Well,
hold my lunch.
You could do it right here.
I think I could.
Raise Weed Bank.
7:27 in the morning. Tell you what, it's time for Jerry Roberts to take care of this morning. He will handily take care of today's.
I'm going to get in trouble.
Extra, really?
I'm going to get in trouble.
Are you naming names?
No,
are you
I'm not
putting
naming
somebody's
names.
back up against the wall?
No, well, kind of, sort of.
Oh, this would be fun. Is this going to cost me a license or a contract?
It's going to cost somebody something, I think. I don't know.
Let's get to it.
No,
Jerry
I don't
Robertson, today's Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
The topic is food and the workplace. Could we be making better choices? Today we consider food in and around the workplace, and does it help or hurt our chances to be healthier? That's next on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
7:28 in the morning. Swing by the nearest First Hawaiian Bank and ask their. They've got these ambassadors there, right? Service ambassadors. Ask them about putting the app, the First Hawaiian Bank app, on whatever phone you use. Apple-based phones, Android-based phones. They've got an app for that, and once it's loaded in there, you can make payments. You can move money from one account to another. You can check your balances. Obviously, and my favorite feature of it is taking pictures of checks that people give you, and all of a sudden, bang, you've just made the deposit. Didn't need to get in a car, didn't need to fill out any forms. It's all right there with the app, and it starts with a quick visit to First Hawaiian Bank, where it all starts with yes.
There's a lot of talk, a lot more talk these days about diets and eating in certain ways to enjoy better health. Food regimens with names like keto, paleo, Mediterranean, slow carb, vegan, and others are now discussed more often in Guam. Many island grocery stores and restaurants have taken notice and are making a bigger effort to cater to those who want to follow specific dietary guidelines. It's a critical change because 70% of the adult population in the United States is overweight or obese. In our little corner of America, the number might be 80% or more. With chronic disease afflicting a growing number of people here, intelligent food selection is more important than ever before. While more people are making healthier choices at the store and in restaurants, what about at work? On a couple of counts, the picture is not as good. One reason is the tradition of pastries or donuts in the morning, plus coffee. A coworker brings in the sweet stuff and offers it to us, and we don't want to offend the buyer, so we take something. Sugar and caffeine rule the morning. Lunch has to be fast for most people, usually just an hour, so it's a drive-through, food truck, or nearby restaurant that can churn out food quickly. It's usually more simple carbs and some high-fat meats. Our blood sugar spikes again, then crashes, and we want to take a nap, but instead go for coffee or an energy drink to make it through the rest of the day. There's more. When you think about the number of potluck lunches we put on at work, celebrating for certain holidays and birthdays, studies have shown that the kinds of foods we consume either at work or off-site during lunch hour are often full of sugar, salt, and substances that wreak havoc on our digestive systems and lead to the health problems we're all aware of. I'm not suggesting you can never eat these foods, but if this is your diet 24/7, then it's something to think about. This is not a hot topic of conversation in any company I know of. Health insurance premiums rise every year. Better health results in lower need to use that insurance, and that would mean lower premiums. Still, we don't talk about this. It's too personal. What people eat is their business, and companies aren't going to establish rules for what food and drink, other than alcohol, that workers can bring in. So what can we do? If you have group health insurance, perhaps your insurer will send someone to talk about healthy eating. On an individual level, you can brown bag lunch and or snacks. Then smile and politely decline the sugary things offered to you. For holiday or birthday gatherings, try adding a couple of extra healthy dishes on top of the normal choices. If people eat them up, add more next time. Better health is everyone's concern. Let's talk about it openly at work and encourage people to seek healthier food options. That's the Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, I'm not the right guy to talk to about that at all. I had 3 burgers from Poke Fry Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm probably going to Stacks tonight.
So you talk about substances.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other part of the conversation. There should be a second extra point on this, but I'm going to give it to you now.
Okay.
If you talk about substances that get into the bloodstream that impact people and their behaviors, whether it be on the job or off the job, and this deals with productivity, okay, sugar is probably more impactful than anything else. And yet we pound it into our bodies all day long. We do this. And then you add caffeine on top of that. And why do people have road rage? Is it just because they get angry in the car? No, it's because they're feeding their bodies the wrong stuff all day long.
Yeah, but can we make a distinction on the different kinds of sugars that are out there?
If you want to.
High fructose Franken sugar, high fructose corn syrup, processed sugars, or the sugars in fruits. I mean, sugar in an apple, whatever is that going to give me road rage?
I used to have this argument, and then someone took me aside and said, all sugar converts the same way in the body. Sugar is sugar. Okay, so if you get to simple carbs, that converts to sugar in the bloodstream. Okay, so sugar, fructose, it's all. I mean, it may not be chemically the same, but the body burns it and deals with it the same. That's what I've been told.
I don't know that that's settled science, though. I mean, because some of the places that I go to, running magazines, things like that. I mean, they're all trying to make a distinction between processed candy bar sugar stuff that you get, and that,
and how you burn it.
Yeah, here's your kiwi fruit, here's your apples, here's your dragon fruit, all of that. And they say that there's a difference.
How does it impact the blood sugar for the glycemic index? Is it high or low on that?
No idea.
How does it burn? Okay. I don't know. But the key is sugar impacts productivity at work. So if we're going to be dealing with, should we be having laws on the books that deal with sugar? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, that would be crazy. But, the reality of it is we tend to bring food into the workplace that probably has an adverse impact on company productivity. I told you I'd get in trouble.
Again, and I'm not the right guy to talk to about diet, exercise. You and I can go all day long on exercise, but as far as the diets are concerned, I always, like I said, it never feels like it's settled science. You remember back in the old days, they said, eat as many eggs as you want to, you're going to love it, and then they said eggs are bad for you, and now they're saying eggs are...
Now they're saying it's okay.
It's back and forth all the time, and you just get a headache. So in my deal is everything in moderation except beer. That's my rule. 7:34. Hey, we got to jump around here. That's Jerry Roberts. Today's Extra Point can be found at the GuamTraining.com of the World Wide Web. Give him a donut when you see him, why don't you? Sugar is the new devil. And what do we got? Kevin Kerrigan now from the Guam Daily Post in today's headlines.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines for the Guam Daily Post this morning, Superior Court Judge Elise Iriarte yesterday dismissing the lawsuit filed by former Guam Regional Medical City CEO Margaret Bengzong against the private hospital. Bengzong filed the lawsuit in November last year, seeking a temporary restraining order and an injunction against GRMC. In her complaint, Bengzong sought reinstatement as chief executive officer until the dispute over shareholder ownership of the hospital's parent company in the Philippines had been resolved. However, in her decision yesterday, Judge Iriarte ruled that Bengzong lacked standing to raise claims concerning harm to GRMC, and she found that Bengzong failed to state a claim for relief about her termination from the hospital. Judge Iriarte granted GRMC's motion to dismiss Bengzong's complaint. The sister of DOC detainee Justin Meno, who was brutally beaten in the prison yard and later died, has filed a lawsuit seeking damages from the government of Guam, the Department of Corrections, and former DOC Director Tony Lamarena. Meno was awaiting trial on assault and burglary charges when he died on September 11, 2017, at the age of 22. Attorney David Lujan filed the lawsuit on behalf of his sister, Brianna Lynn Meno. The lawsuit alleges multiple violations of Justin Meno's civil rights, including failure to provide medical care, cruel and unusual punishment, violation of due process, and wrongful death. 39-year-old Alfred Fred faces multiple allegations of family violence after school staff reported that a 7-year-old female student had a 1-inch-long laceration near her eyebrow. Police were called to the school on Monday. The girl said she was injured during an argument at home. According to the magistrate complaint, she told police that when she entered her mother's room, a man known to her pushed her onto a table, and that's when she hit her head. The girl also accused Fred of picking up her brother and throwing him at their mother, and then started punching the mother. The magistrate report said Fred started burning documents with a portable gas stove. The documents were reportedly at the center of the dispute. Fred has been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault with a special allegation of use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I think I will. 7:37 in the morning, we'll call that iConnect time. Swing by iConnect and ask them about great plans for you in 2019. Push to talk, they're the only guys that got it. Internet and mobile, you'll love the packages. 888-8888.
Attention homeowners, if you don't have a solar energy system on your roof from Micronesia Renewable Energy, now is the time to get one. MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Oh, yeah, there's traffic here. Like there must be some kind of a festival on the roadway. 1 and is busy. Wow, all the way 1 and 3. Okay, so let me start with 3 because that's the ugliest patch of road right now. Traffic on Route 3 trying to get down into Marine Corps Drive. Busy. Southbound Marine Corps Drive around that intersection also busy, and it looks like it's going to remain that way right up until you get to around St. John's. Traffic on Marine Corps Drive getting into Dededo. Not any major problem there. You will see some slowdowns over at the intersection. Major slowing down over at the intersection of 8, 10, and 16. I got traffic in both directions snarled at that intersection. It will clear up, though, once you get past that one good intersection into Teedson. And man, I'm looking at traffic at that intersection backing up in both directions. But once you get through there, that Vale of Tears is all over except for a couple of other intersections on the way into town. 10 and 15, a little bit busy, but not crazy like 8, 10, and 16. And 4 and 10 busy as well. Look at for a little bit of slowdown at the intersections as you making your way towards the Kipuha Loop on Route 4. And just one other spot I think I need to let you know about is in front of Navy Hospital. Traffic in both directions beginning to slow as people are trying to get in and get to work. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. That is right now traffic here on The Point. Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968. Oh, it's just all over the place here. Facebook Live and the conversation that is taking place is fascinating. There's just a ton of conversation with people that, frankly, I'm having a good time with some of the conversation. What is it, Jess Limtiaco saying? Rarely is it talk radio between 7 to 8 a.m., more like ads and news radio. Well, we got to get the news on the air, and there is a little bit of conversation that has to take place for our advertisers, but we try to get to the conversation faster. Try to get to your calls faster at 888-8255-888-TALK. Failing that, I'd like to spend a lot of time looking at what people are saying online about many of the things that we talk about. Ken LG chimes in, just 2 sugars, bad and badder. Need sugar in your system. Gotta get something like that. Do we need sugar to live? I know we need water to live, but I cannot imagine what a cold and lifeless world it would be if I didn't have access to sugar every once in a while. I don't very often do soft drinks, but when I do them, right? It didn't take me long to finish off a 6-pack of Mountain Dew not that long ago, because but it's not like I do it all the time. I'm not a big soda guy. I get my sugars from some of my I got oranges and apples.
And you run it off.
And generally we'll run it off. I don't know, just that there just seems to be a little, I don't want to refer to Jerry as hysterical, but there does seem to be, ever get that feeling from people that it just, sugar, soda, that's bad. You should not have any of that stuff. What kind of life are you going to leave your children if you don't give them a sweet every once in a while?
Well, yeah, that's true. And I'm a believer of what you believe, and everything in moderation. Now, up until about 1988, 98, I should say, I didn't exercise a lot of moderation when it came to Coca-Cola.
Right.
And I would drink a lot of it, and I got up to 220 pounds. At one point.
Do you know how much sugar there is in a can of Coke?
No, well, that's the thing. And I basically stopped drinking sodas for the most part.
Yeah.
Just sometimes. And I've been able to maintain a weight between 160 and 180 now for the last, 20 years?
And not bad for guys our age.
But you've got to set some limits, though. You've just got to.
Well, I mean, you get your exercise in, you get your walking in. You're not doing sodas. I do sodas only occasionally when I really need that. When I need that sugar pop. When I need that fizz. You know, and I grew up enjoying the fizz of a cola. So I'm sorry, just not ready to demonize sugars. It's been such a part of my life, and I'm the same. I was up around 185, 190, and stopped drinking sodas, and immediately dropped into the 150s. What the heck? Crazy days these days. It's hard to sort out where things to be going, and when I get into those moments where I don't know what the heck to think about what, I like to call on my Uncle Robert to give me a dose of Underwood wisdom, and he joins me now on the program. Good morning, Uncle Robert.
Good morning, Ray. Good to hear from you.
Well, it's you know what
soft drinks.
It's always nice to hear from you. I want to brag a little bit. I was yesterday very, very concerned about what was going on at Guam Memorial Hospital and CMS, and they've got until tomorrow to come up with some kind of a plan to keep them out of the hot water with the CMS people. And then I look in the Guam Daily Post and I see one of the people that is involved in helping GMH get out of this mess is Dr. Annie Berdalio, who is my cousin and your niece.
That's correct. Yeah, I'm really proud of her. And when I saw her on TV too, I was very much relieved because she's even-tempered and she's smart. And she's not wearing a lab coat. So I think that's great.
I was not wearing a. So this is going to get me good with her and Belia. But I was delighted to see that for exactly the same reason. I said, okay, good. One of us is taking care of this.
That's true. Yeah, she's an amazing woman, and that's great. Great for her.
And she's got our sense of humor. So here we are, just hours past, as it were, the grand vote over at the legislature. And did you watch any of that? Could you stomach what you were seeing?
Well, I was down there yesterday afternoon for a testimony on another bill for the Magellan circumnavigation.
I love the way they frame that, by the way.
I caught a lot of that in just talking to different people about what's going on, and then I watched some of the debate and I watched the passage, and of course it's not over. It's never over until it's because even I'm assuming that even if the legislation is passed, we're still quite a ways from developing rules and regulations and seeing a commission, a kind of a control board oversee it. Yeah, so I'm not applying for that position, by the way.
Oh, I was thinking maybe you could be a tester. You know, they say that people in your age group, if there's a story, page 18 in today's PDN. It's a longer version of something that I was talking about yesterday. Boomers taking to dope, not necessarily in a medicinal way, but in states where recreational marijuana is legal, they're flocking to it because they number one want to relive some of their glory days in the 60s and the 70s. And number two, it helps them sleep a little bit better, helps take care of some of the aches and pains that you wake up with when you're older.
I can't attest to that, but I'll think about it.
Well, I mean, if it becomes a non-issue, and there's two ways in my mind that could go non-issue for Guam and nothing burger in terms of the criminal justice system is we've got what they're going to be sending to Auntie Lou later on this morning, but there is also the conversation about administrative action in Washington, D.C. Will there be a vote at the House to end federal marijuana prohibition? And they say that we're mere weeks away from something like that.
I believe that to be the case, and of course, if that happens, then it really would reflect a fundamental change, I believe, that has already occurred. And people's attitudes about use of cannabis has changed so dramatically, and the number of users is, I have no data on this, but I'm assuming that a lot of people are using it, and I just don't know that it's altered our society much. And so I think that you're right. It may end up being a nothing burger, but of course, the senators who are involved in this, who really put their heart and soul into support or opposition, are actually running a risk for themselves, because people will remember that more so than even the issue. And that's the other part of the other feature of this. So we'll see how that plays out. I think that at the end of the day, it's going to all come to pass, and then we'll probably a few years from now just wonder what the big deal was all about.
Right? We'll ponder it over probably a marijuana joint or a cold beer or something like that. We sit back and go, yeah, can you believe that when we were kids, this was illegal? You believe that people would go to jail for something like this? On the topic of people going to jail, would you support if the governor signs off on this and basically deregulates and decriminalizes it? Would you support the idea of going to, because I knew guys that got arrested and might still have marijuana charges on their perpetual records? Should those guys be talked to about maybe we go through something at the court to have those records expunged?
Yeah, everybody's into expunging records these days. So, I think it's almost a ministerial function these days. People automatically get, of course. I'm just, after, like, for example, after they lifted prohibition in the 1930s, I'm just wondering about what happened to all the people who were busted for, running alcohol. I don't know. I'm assuming that nothing happened to them and that their records were clean. But the thing, of course, is that it'll be overlaid with a lot of other issues. Sometimes people get into trouble for things that are sort of related. So we'll see. But of course, if this all happens, that's obviously the next step. And education. So we're going to have to figure out, how much marijuana you can have and how much soft drinks you can have. And
how many straws? What are we going to vilify next? Is sugar and plastic straws.
Well, that's right. Well, I have my metal straw here already.
Do you? Well, of course, because you're Mr. Sustainability.
I'm Mr. Sustainability. But, that's an individual choice. But education about it is obviously going to be the next step. So, I was curious to see how DOE folks are going to respond to this and what's going to happen in the long run.
Well, but we don't know. Is it the GPD never showed up? Kevin just uttered that. He says GPD
and Guam DOE never submitted testimony.
Right. I mean, there we are.
But Fernandez spoke to the media the other day saying that their current regulations regarding will remain in place. No change. No marijuana on campus ever.
That's right. I'm for that. No alcohol on campus.
No alcohol, no cigarettes, unless you're in the teacher's lounge like it was back in the olden golden days. And the thing, I'll leave you with this because I do want to get your thoughts on this. Having experienced life in the small part of the last century and into this new crazy adventurous century that our kids and grandkids will rule over. Driverless cars. How do you feel about getting into automated technology to drive? How would you feel in a car while you're driving with Auntie Narissa and there's one of those driverless cars next to you? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it would be very frightening, but I'm sure that I can get over it. I was having a conversation with a couple of young guys who work at the computer center at the university a few weeks ago, and I said, in the old days, I just don't understand this backing into parking stalls. That was illegal. What is everybody backing into a parking stall these days? He goes, well, when you were young, there was no video in the car. You could see where you're going. And then I thought, okay, yeah, right. Things have changed.
Yep. They got cameras back there. But despite the fact that they've got cameras back there and radar sensors that they plugged into the cars, I still managed to back into stuff. It's crazy like that.
That's right. But I'm from the generation that had a car that had a curb feeler on it.
Curb feelers.
Remember those curb feelers?
I do. Now you're gonna have to. You'd almost
ashtrays
have to,
and lighters as well.
Oh boy, here we go. Just looking to
curb feelers and lighters, so you could light up.
And people, you could smoke in a car back in those days too. Here we are, just sitting in that warm bath of nostalgia. We better get out of it real quick. Uncle Robert, I appreciate your time, and as usual,
have a great day.
Your guidance on all of these complex issues that are before all of us. The wisdom of Robert Underwood. Always nice talking with him. 7:53. It's always nice talking with you. 888-8255-888-TALK. And a note from a buddy, Rai, who asked me online and says, hold on a second, I got to unlock this. What did he say? Rai says, as a business that's involved with cannabis, how can said business file their tax on something that the federal government deems illegal? Gov Guam, Rev and Tax is still overseen by the IRS. We're still in the same code. The answer to that question is like Al Capone. And if you don't believe me, get it from Bob Klitsky on the radio this afternoon. Is you have to pay taxes on your income, and the federal government doesn't care where the income came from. They don't care if you found it. You don't care if you got it because of some kind of illegal racket. They don't generally care if you got it in an inheritance. You have to pay some kind of a tax on your revenue, on your income. And so the idea that you've got a cannabis business and don't know what to do with your money, and even Ed Untalan, remember I was talking about it all starts with yes. I said, can I bring my weed money up to your place? He said, no, cannot do that. But he does suggest that maybe we talk to Auntie Lou and find some of these old Bank of Guams that they've closed down that still have vaults with big steel doors on them, and see if they will warehouse the cash. That's what I'm talking about these days. But frankly, if you've got that cannabis business, as Phil Flores says, he's got a friend that's involved with it, and he wants to bank his weed. That's how he said it. And what you do is you take today's net, after you've paid everybody, after you put a couple of bucks in your pocket for your salary, then you take that to the Department of Revenue and Taxation and say, here's my taxes. These are my taxes. I'm paying my taxes for the day. And it will be a major overpayment for which you will get back when it's time for refunds.
If this were the federal government, that would be a fine plan.
Well, tell me the downside.
We don't get refunds on time here. So if you overpay all those millions of dollars that you could likely make in that, then they're going to hold on to your millions, and you may not get it back for 2 or 3 years the way they are.
But it'll take 2 or 3 years, and they will pay interest on that.
But in the meantime, you're broke.
No, you've got money coming in from the business. I'm assuming that you've got a decent, viable, and going cannabis concern, so there's going to always be money coming in. You'll always have bills to pay. I'm just saying, whatever your net is, take that, and as Phil Flores says, overpay your taxes on a daily basis, and you'll get some money back in the refunds. And if it takes GovGuam a long time to do it, there is a penalty that goes along with that. So I don't know that I'd worry about that too much. You sock away a little bit, obviously, rainy day. Or you got a competitor down the street that's got a better strain than you and has better prices or prettier girls behind the counter. I don't know, whatever it's going to take to to dispense this. Boy, what's that going to be like? Can you imagine the creatures that will be working behind the counter at some of these places? I just, I'm closing my eyes now. Imagine it. Close your eyes and imagine the kind of wildlife that are going to be working at some of these cannabis places.
And the aroma.
Certainly the aroma. I'm picturing all kinds of crazy piercings up and down the ears and the nose and up around the eyebrows and what do they call it? Somebody at some point, I'm not sure. I don't want to say that it is ugly but in my eyes it is the little nose ring that some people are wearing. I always want to hand them a napkin and say, just wipe that thing. It looks like you got a big brown booger underneath your nose. Why don't you get rid of that? But fashions, imagine the fashion trends that we're going to see as those cannabis dispensaries begin to open up. The telephone number here is 888-825-5888-TALK. Here it is the day after the legislature voted 8-7. Narrow victory, but a victory nonetheless for Senator Clinton Ridgell and the other supporters of the legislation. It now must go to Governor Lou Leon Guerrero's desk, as she's already indicated I don't want to say a desire, but a likelihood that she is probably going to be supportive of recreational marijuana. Obviously, she's got to do the due diligence, look over the legislation as passed by the legislature, and then make a decision from there. How long is that going to take? I don't know. I don't know. A few days, obviously, 10 days maybe, to look the thing over and make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. That's the important part of the work. And in that time, what will transpire? Remember, there were 7 people that voted against, and there were a whole lot more people that had started coming out of the woodworks in the last week or two, who I don't know how they managed to miss the publication of the public hearings and the comment period, but all of a sudden they were coming out. Everybody had an opinion on this. And I personally thought it was kind of disingenuous. However, it is what it is. So will that fight now be taken to the governor's office? Will the governor's office hear, and if she does, will she pay attention to the Republican Party of Guam that wanted it to go to a referendum? Will that make any difference? There were a few people that I would categorize as holy rollers that come out in the last little bit and had issues with recreational marijuana on Guam. Will that fight be taken? I did make the comment online, okay, everybody get out of the closet. Because I'm told that there are a lot of closet smokers out there, people that you don't know that might every once in a while get their hands on some weed and use that to take the edge off a weekend, maybe take the edge off an ache or pain from growing old here on Guam. And I suspect that many of them, now that the legislature has spoken and they can see the light glowing brighter at the end of the tunnel, that they might come out and say, hey, listen, it's not as big and bad a deal as you think it is, and suggest to the governor that she sign with all haste that bill that went to her, that should be going to her at some point today. What, 8 o'clock already? Is that why the music's playing? I guess I better get out of the way. Fox News Live coming up. More Kevin Kerrigan, and Mike and I are going to try to pretend to talk about sports. That's ahead here on The Ray Gibson Show.
They have questions. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The acting head of the FAA facing a Senate panel grilling after 2 deadly Boeing crashes. Fox's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
Acting FAA Chief Daniel Elwell says he was not told by the Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao to ground the Boeing 737 MAX aircraft, but would not tell Connecticut Democrat Richard Blumenthal if President Trump weighed in on the decision.
You're not going to tell this committee what the president told you about grounding the aircraft before you made that decision?
Senator, I'm just simply saying that I'm not going to get into details about conversations I had with the president.
Elwell spent much of the hearing explaining the amended certification process for the 737 MAX, a new generation of older 737 models. That certification is now under review by the Transportation Department's Inspector General. Lisa.
Jared, United Airlines, one of 3 U.S. carriers that use the Boeing 737 MAX 8, say they are optimistic the jet's software update addresses safety concerns about the jet, and they're confident its pilots are properly trained to safely fly the aircraft. A man convicted on state murder charges after deadly car attack in Virginia changes his plea in the federal case against him. Fox's Gernal Scott has more live.
Lisa, James Alex Fields Jr. pleaded guilty to 29 federal hate crimes counts he faced as a result of the violent Unite the Right rally in 2017. He's now changed pleas in the death of Heather Heyer and bodily injury to several others. It was part of a deal that U.S. Attorney Thomas Cullen said was approved by the Justice Department.
Attorney General Barr sent me a letter on Friday authorizing and directing me not to seek the death penalty pursuant to the plea agreement.
And Fields also faces life on a state murder conviction for Heyer's death, Lisa.
Thanks, Gernal. This is Fox News.
In 1972, Jesus S. Leon Guerrero pictured a brighter future for our island and its people. With the trust and support of the community, he founded Bank of Guam. In celebration of our 47th anniversary, we're offering a Founders Day loan for up to $50,000, as low as 4.70 annual percentage rate. Visit any branch or bankofguam.com for more information. Subject to bank's lending criteria, terms and conditions apply. Offer valid until March 29, 2019. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Laddie Stone Entertainment and the stations of Choice Broadcasting proudly present the Miss and Mrs. Curry Guam Pageant on Wednesday, April 3rd at the Sheraton Laguna Guam Resort. Tickets are $25 in advance and $35 at the door. VIP tickets are $50 in advance and $65 at the door. Tickets available at the High, Misa Zone, the Vault, and from any of the lovely curvy contestants. Doors open at 6 p.m. and the show starts at 7. Hosted by yours truly, Ryan the Mixologist, and the beautiful Liza Camacho. Special thanks to Pitbull Empire, Local Promos, Figure 8, One Punch Media, and the International Sports Center.
In a blow to the Trump administration, a federal judge blocking Medicaid work requirements in Arkansas and Kentucky. The judge finding the work requirements pose numerous obstacles to getting health care that haven't been adequately addressed by federal and state officials. President Trump awarding the Medal of Honor to Army Staff Sergeant Travis Atkins, who was killed in Iraq in 2007 when he was pinned down by a suicide bomber.
In his final moments on earth, Travis did not run. He didn't know what it was to run. He did not hesitate. He rose to the highest calling.
Atkins initially received the Distinguished Service Cross for his actions, but the Defense Department upgraded his award to the Medal of Honor after a review. The Trump administration pushes to have the Affordable Health Care Act struck down as the president tells Republicans to come up with their own plan heading into next year's elections.
If the Supreme Court finds Obamacare unconstitutional, millions of Americans will be looking to Congress to address the issue. South Carolina Republican Senator Tim Scott was asked on Fox and Friends about President Trump pledging the GOP will soon be known as the party of health care.
In order for us to be competitive in the 2020 election cycle, I think he has a very solid point that it will require us to take on the issue of health care.
West Virginia Democrat Senator Joe Manchin says Congress should be focused on fixing Obamacare.
This is the people's life and death. This is health care. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous what they're doing.
On Capitol Hill, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
Major League Baseball says it hopes to gain control of local broadcasting agreements. That's the reasoning behind its bid to purchase regional sports networks from the Walt Disney Company. Disney acquired 22 regional sports networks as part of its deal with 21st Century Fox's entertainment business. As part of the deal, the Justice Department said Disney must spin off those sports networks. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
If you have family or friends getting treatment right now at St. Luke's Medical Center in the Philippines, we want to connect with you. Hafaday, I'm Joe Guam. Thanks to our partners, we're bringing Mest Samoru to St. Luke's in Global City. I'll be playing a free show on March 29th from 2 to 4 p.m. in the St. Luke's Piano Lounge for all our Guamanians out there. All family members accompanying the patient are invited to join us, but seats are limited, so please tell your family to go to joeguam.com to register online and reserve your spot. This event is presented by Guam Windward Memorial. Special thanks to our affiliate partners, Stay Well Guam, Take Care Insurance, Guam Hearing Doctors, Lombard Health Eye Clinic, Guam Premier Outlets, and Coast 360. Our contributing partners, Moylan's Net Care and Data Management Resources. Our supporting partners, American Music, Fizz & Co., The Coconut Tree Company, Kadu Restaurant, and our promotional partner, The Point, Sidus Masids, and Biba Mest Samoru.
I'm proud to be a Guamanian where America's day begins. And I can't forget the women and men who fought for my brown skin.
It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu, now back at King's Restaurants. Your tasty favorites like salmon curry, orange shrimp, and whole deep-fried parrotfish will have you swimming with flavors from the sea. Our fried rice with salmon or shrimp will make ordering easy and delicious. It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu. Available all day, every day, just for Lent, and only at King's.
Hafaday and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. I'm Kevin Kerrigan, and here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam lawmakers last night approving a measure that establishes a framework for the creation of a cannabis industry that could eventually lead to the legalization of the production, sale, and taxation of marijuana on Guam. Senator Clint Rigel's Bill 32-35 passed by a vote of 8-7. Senators Rigel, Joe San Augustine, Regine Bisco-Lee, Tello Taitigui, Luis Muña, Jose Terlahi, Kelly Marsh, and Speaker Tina Muña Barnes all voted in favor of the measure. Senators Jim Moylan, Will Castro, Therese Terlahi, Sabina Perez, Mary Torres, Amanda Shelton, and Talina Nelson voted against Bill 32. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero has expressed her support for the measure in principle, and she is expected to sign it into law. But last night, the governor's office issued a statement saying that the governor would have no immediate comment on passage of the bill until she has reviewed it. Senator Rigel, however, said after the vote that he was excited and happy with the outcome. He thanked the 8 senators who voted for the measure, as well as those who voted against it, citing their contributions to the debate. It is done, said Minority Leader Senator Will Castro, who voted no. The next step, he said, is to strengthen the bill with the rules and regulations that go with it. If the governor signs the Guam Cannabis Industry Act into law, it will be some time before homegrown marijuana products will be available for purchase in cannabis stores. First, a cannabis control board has to be established. The governor must appoint 9 members to that board. Then, within 1 year of the effective date of the law, the commission must submit its proposed rules to the legislature. Those rules and regulations will have to be turned into a piece of legislation. A public hearing then will have to be held on that legislation within 75 days after the legislature gets the rules and regulations from the board. The bill then must be approved by lawmakers and sent on to the governor for final action. The commercial sale of cannabis will not be permitted until the rules and regulations governing the cannabis industry have become law. Meanwhile, opponents of recreational marijuana gathered for a town hall meeting last night at the Tamuning Senior Citizens Center just before Bill 32 was passed. Former Department of Corrections Director Tony Lamarena asked attendees to lobby Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to veto the bill. He said he was concerned at the lack of discussion about the impact of the measure on Guam's tourism industry. What's the rush? Asked Lamarena. Employment lawyer Vince Camacho pointed out that Supreme Courts in states where recreational marijuana is already legal have ruled in favor of employers who have terminated employees who tested positive for marijuana use. And Tony Diaz, the director of communications at the Archdiocese of Agana, said the issue should be decided through a voter referendum after conducting public forums. Archbishop Burns has already issued a statement earlier this week opposing the recreational marijuana bill. We'll have more news after this.
The GCC Votech Class of 79 is back. Join them on April 27th at the Onward Beach Hotel for a night of dinner, dancing, skits, and reminiscing. It's been 40 years since graduation, so take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime chance to relive the memories. There's also a memorial mass on Friday, the 26th, at the Santa Teresita Church. Be there at 5:30 for candle placement in honor of classmates who've gone before. Tickets for the reunion on the 27th are on sale for $40 a person. For details, find Connie Kittigwa St. Nicholas at 488-6108 or Kathy Diaz, 777-3243. Viva 79ers!
Ruby Tuesday's Seafood Sensations menu is back. Choose from your favorite dishes made with succulent lobster tail, shrimp, or our newest sensations with crab legs. Try out appetizers like crab fondue or stuffed shrimp. Pick an entree like the lobster tail or crab leg dinner. Select the lobster carbonara or the deep sea pasta. It's all ready and waiting for you. Get hooked on Seafood Sensations for a limited time only at Ruby Tuesday, Guam.
11 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. The sister of DOC detainee Justin Meno, who was brutally beaten in the prison yard and later died, has filed a lawsuit seeking damages from the government of Guam, the Department of Corrections, and former DOC Director Tony Lamarena. Meno was awaiting trial on assault and burglary charges when he was beaten and later died on September 11, 2017, at the age of 22. Attorney David Lujan filed the lawsuit on behalf of Meno's sister, Brianna Lynn Meno. The lawsuit alleges multiple violations of Justin Meno's civil rights, including failure to provide medical care, cruel and unusual punishment, violations of due process, and wrongful death. Before he died, Meno was able to point to photos identifying his attackers, fellow inmates Jeremiah Ishizaki, Albert Santos II, and Peter Gines were all charged with attempted murder and aggravated assault for Menno's beating. But the charges were later dropped after defense attorneys argued that any statements Justin Menno may have made identifying his attackers had to be thrown out because Menno was now dead and the defense could not cross-examine him. Laddie period ceramic fragments were recently found at the future site of the live firing training range complex on Northwest Field at Anderson Air Force Base. An on-site archaeologist monitoring the construction found the fragments last week. The discovery triggered a recovery effort in compliance with the programmatic agreement. According to a news release from Marine Corps Activity Guam, work was stopped in that area. A recovery plan was initiated. The area was marked off, and the Guam State Historic Preservation Office was notified. The release states that only ceramic fragments were found and no other type of artifacts or other historic features were observed. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now take a look at weather.
It's an interesting story about them finding the pots up there. I keep waiting for them to find a whole intact pot and a whole intact village and eventually some villagers that we didn't know were still around. There seems to be a whole lot of uncovered ground up there. 8:13 in the morning. Is there going to be weather today? You know what? I haven't refreshed. It'll give me a second to refresh the radar so Mike can give you an idea of what the near-term forecast is going to be. Stand by while I do that. Here is the numbers. Sunset tonight, 6:32. Sunrise this morning was at 6:20, about the same tomorrow. Partly cloudy with isolated light showers today. There's winds east up to 20 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset with highs around 89 degrees and overnight lows of about 76 degrees. We say isolated light showers because it doesn't look like there's anything out there to fall on us.
Yeah, there's not much going on. Looking at some showers, a bit of an uptick, actually, in the activity down to our southeast. And what's going on here, we'll see that on satellite in just a moment. But,
yeah, what's going on here?
Well, the satellite will show us. Radar, though, not much to worry about. If you get a shower today, it will be a kind of a random thing. Looking at satellite here, we can see kind of like lines of clouds that are going across the Marianas, and these are actually shear lines. We've had several cold fronts come off of the continent over the past couple of weeks, and some of that energy will push down here, and then it just kind of peters out and washes itself out. And they usually do it right over us, and that's kind of what's happening here. It looks like we've got what I can see is 1, 2, maybe even 3 shear lines there that are kind of over the Marianas with the new energy that's actually pushing in now from the north, and it just slipped down below the 10-degree north latitude line into the northernmost part of the CNMI. Maybe that'll get down here. If it does, it'll just keep the winds up for us and stuff like that. These shear lines do also present a better opportunity for rainfall, but they've actually got to get this far south before they do. Down to the southeast, some blobbage there to watch. That shows models say that might be moving into our area to start next week and will actually give us a better chance for rainfall, and we sorely need it.
Gotcha. All right, 8:15 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Do you know someone who has difficulty following conversation in noisy places or turns up the TV a little too loud? These may be signs of a hearing loss. Ross Hearing Aids specializes in hearing evaluations, custom-fit hearing aids using the latest in wireless digital technology, and custom-fit hearing protectors. Call Ross Hearing Aids today to schedule a complimentary hearing consultation. 637-HEAR, 637-HEAR. Ross Hearing Aids, located across Shirley's in Harmon.
I got you. Big break here telling you about all the people that sponsor the program, including Ron and Kim and everybody over at Security Title, when you absolutely need to know that you will get the title to the property that you just bought. There's no karmic dust on it. American President Lines, they're shipping the future. Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. Micronesia Renewable Energy. These guys know about solar, and they say there's never been a better time to go solar. In fact, they'll be in the studio tomorrow to talk a little bit about what has been going on, value of solar, and hearings that are going to be taking place with the Public Utilities Commission next week. Also, King's Restaurant bring you parts of the program. They're in tune and in touch with Lent. They've got a great Lenten menu that I want you to take a look at for lunch or dinner or anytime at King's.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're on Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the keyword? Look for the keyword.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the keyword on the screen and get a free Americano or tea with menu purchase when you mention the keyword at your next visit to the Hive. Conditions may apply.
Did you see it? You got it.
I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
Shouts and honor to my friends over at Take Care for being sponsors of the program, as is Cars Plus, driven by you up in Mighty. You need something, got 2 wheels, 4 wheels on it, goes vroom, vroom. They got plenty up there. Nanbo Insurance wants to help you out with your insurance bills. Talk to them about their bundle up plan at Nanbo Insurance. Could save you up to 50% on all the insurance that you got to do for 2019. And Subway's in touch with Lent. They've got this shrimp and guacamole sandwich that just sounds absolute. I mean, shrimp sounds good all the time, but the way they put it together with the guacamole and your favorite bread, your favorite toppings, man, it's got to be yum. Find out for yourself by swinging by the nearest Subway.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
It's supposed to be time for sports. We're supposed to be talking about sporty things here in the next few minutes on the program because, I think we wrung out some of the other issues. We'll go by. Actually, that's not true. We have not wrung out the other issues, especially where it comes to the cannabis thing, the recreational cannabis, and at some point, the governor's going to sign off on the bill. Let me know what day and time that is, because is that the day and time that you and I will be able to go and start watching videos and movies and things like that? It's an important question to me, and you know me, and I've tried to be upfront about this, right? I came up in the 70s and 80s and have had my share of all kinds of stuff. But for the most part, my poison is beer. That's the thing. But now that recreational cannabis might be out there on the horizon without any kind of social stigma or any kind of moral judgments that people would be making, I think it'd be fun to put together a list of things that we'd like to do once it's okay for us to just get stoned.
Make no mistake, the stigma and judgments will continue, but it'll be legal, so we won't care.
Right. Yeah, whatever. Listen, I won't criticize you about your quirks if you don't criticize me about mine. And besides, whatever, it doesn't matter what you've heard, it's all true. So the question, though, is what are some of the things that you'd like to do? Now, I posted this last night as kind of a joke, but it amazed me how many people kind of, thumbed up on it and gave me heart emojis for it. It was, I can't wait to watch Stranger Things while I'm high. Can you imagine? Watch Stranger Things just to kind of in regular form, right? And go, wow, what a trippy show that is. Can you imagine how much trippier it would be to watch it while you were high? And they got a new season coming up. Somebody was talking about Game of Thrones. Let's watch Game of Thrones while we're high.
It's almost too much.
That would be kind of sensory overload.
Yeah, it really is.
Black Mirror.
Oh my God!
They're everywhere. Winter's coming. But can you imagine, Black Mirror, which is a strange and trippy show to begin with, and there's at least one of them in the first season I can't watch. It's the one with the guy and the pig. I cannot watch that episode of Black Mirror. All the rest of them are okay. But that one in particular is the one that I just, for some reason, just cannot unsee it, and I don't ever want to watch it again. I wish they'd take it out of the series. At any rate, so imagine that while you were stoned. And Nietzsche, I think, maybe the best one of all that said, what was it, Heavy Metal. Remember National Lampoon's Heavy Metal animated show that came out in, what was it, 81, 82 or something like that?
It was a requirement to watch it stoned.
Right. That and like Kayana and stuff.
Yeah.
This is just too much. So there's that. What else would be fun to do when it's all done, when it's all said and done, and nobody going to give you a hard time about lighting up and
and maybe we can start getting some
cool experience,
some laser Pink Floyd shows here.
Laser Pink Floyd shows.
Oh, you don't know about that? Oh, it is so awesome.
I'm sorry, just never deep into stoner culture. But I appreciate you bringing it up. Hey, it's time for Sports with Blake. Well, I'm looking at you, Kevin Kerrigan. What are you going to do? What are you going to do the first time?
I don't have a man bun. I'm not Blake.
I know you're not Blake, but what would you do? They're going to come out. One day is going to say, okay, there's no longer any prohibition. There's no longer any social stigma. Nobody's going to question the validity of your moral compass. If you were to light up a marijuana joint and get some, what's the first thing that you want to do?
Yeah, man.
Jamaican Grill.
There you go.
Is that what you're saying? We're going to go down to Jamaican Grill?
Sure.
Sunsplash and ribs and jerk chicken?
Sounds good to me.
Actually, you don't need to be high to enjoy it, though, but can you imagine how much better it would be if you were? 888-8255-888-TALK. We got a lot of baseball stuff to get over this morning, so let me get with Mark Colby from the GML. Good morning. The voice of GML, Mark Colby. How are you?
Good, sir. Good morning. How are you?
Not bad. How's it? I can hear in your voice that you have been calling games.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of tired out because, I had a long week. The first opening night, we had an 11-inning game. It went like 4.5 hours.
Wow.
Whew.
That I don't like to do things that feel good that long.
Well, you know what you're talking about, feeling, watching something when recreational becomes available? How about Mulholland Drive?
Mulholland Drive.
I can't remember who's the director of that film, but it was a film that I watched back in college, and in normal circumstance, it really blew my mind, and there were things that really didn't make sense, but I think it might make sense now.
David Lynch.
Yeah, I went to a lot of high school where virtually everything that my instructors were talking about are things that I still don't get. And every once in a while, I'll revisit some of these topics and go, "Oh, I got it now. I got it. I want to go back in now and get my better than C grade for that particular class." David Lynch is the guy that you're talking about. So Mulholland Drive. Somebody else, Google me up and find out what the point of that movie is.
I couldn't remember, but yeah, it was something that, man, there were so many plot twists in the thing, it just boggled the mind.
Yeah. All right. Well, mind-boggling is a good thing. I suppose that'd be a great way to waste an afternoon, being wasted literally. 8:23 in the morning, and so lots and lots of calling, lots and lots of big games that have been taking place over at the GML. What can we look forward to tomorrow?
Well, tomorrow we actually have the undefeated, 1-0 Rays taking on the Tokyo Red Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know all the scores and everything from the past week?
I don't pay any attention to that. That's why we make phone calls. So I don't actually have to know anything or research anything. We just get the guy that did.
All right, I'll give you the rundown. Opening night last Friday, 8-7 Rays in 11 innings over the Royals. Gerald Borja had a walk-off RBI hit that gave the Rays the win. Sunday doubleheader started with the Junior Nationals taking a 3-2 win over the Blue Jays, and there were a total of 15 Ks recorded by the Junior National pitchers.
Wait, 15 what?
15 strikeouts.
Oh, strikeouts.
The Junior National pitchers. Yeah. It was Jace Concepcion with the win, 3 Ks. Jonah Pereda, he had 8 Ks, and Vincent Kenga, that was that's a Blue Jays pitcher. He had 8 Ks in that game in a losing effort.
Sweet. Hey, Mark, let me break in real quick here and explain.
Yeah.
So K, we call it a K because in the official scorecard, when you're keeping score of the game, if a pitcher strikes out the batter, you simply put K in that batter's spot there, and then you
because it's shorter than strikeout than the actual word strikeout.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. There you go. All right. Anyway, 7 p.m. It was the nightcap. We had a 6-4 victory for the Expos over the Red Hawks, and Popo Santos had 5 strikeouts. In the losing effort, Joe Hun for the Red Hawks had 9 Ks, and that game saw triple by A.J. Beneventi, who went 2 for 2, and he had 2 runs and 2 RBIs.
I'm getting the feeling that we've got some serious pitching going on here, and you really got to have some strong players at bat in order to get past these guys. And what sound like very fast, very accurate. I found the strike zone every single time. Pitchers.
You know what? I am seeing the games besides the closeness. The pitching is picked up. Yes, like you said, they're finding their strike zone. A lot of changes happened in the off season because there's no more Astros, there's no more Smokies, and what's the other team that I can't remember, but a number of players moved to different teams. The Rays picked up Kyle Kukendall and Mike Cahill. Let me see. There were some other changes. Matt Fernandez has rejoined his family on the Rays with no more Astros players like, trying to remember the names.
But no, we don't need to name everybody. The point is being made here that we're seeing some serious pitching going on, because it sounds like that's where the differences are being made as you're making your way through all of these different innings. And so I didn't mean to interrupt you. Let's go ahead and wrap things up and bring us to where we are now.
Okay, well, last night, you're talking about pitching. There was pitching struggles because the score last night actually was 13-10 between the Rangers and the Rooks. The Rangers won that game, and there was a number of big dingers. We had the very first home run over on the season for Brandon Sant Rosario from the Rooks. He smacked a grand slam in a losing effort for his team, and then later in the game, Conan De La Cruz for the Taupopo Rangers helped his team by hitting a 2-run homer. So in one game, we had a lot of action. And, yeah, we've had 3 games that have saves. And a save is recorded when, like you're mentioning, pitching.
Yeah.
A save is recorded when a team wins with a pitcher holding with 3 runs or less.
Oh, that's nice. That's a nice way to put it. I also like the use of the word big dingers. I like that. I think that might be the name for a cannabis strain or the name of a band, like a big dingers playing tonight at Shooters.
And they're right across the street.
I was kind of gonna make that point as well. You know, so if when you're all done with a baseball game, then hook up with Mark, help him put his stuff in the car, and then come down to Shooters, because they were playing some good tunes on Thursday last week.
Were they? I was unable to make it, and I haven't even been to Shooters in a while. I used to love going down there.
Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed at Shooters. It looks and feels exactly like it did in the 90s.
Is Rick still running the place?
Yes.
So I got to swing by there then.
Yeah, just swing by afterwards. All right, we got to wrap things up here in a minute.
All right. Well, tomorrow, join us. We got the Rays and Redhawks Sunday doubleheader starting at 3 with the Royals and Expos. Junior Nationals, Rangers in the nightcap. Next Tuesday will be the Blue Jays and the Rooks.
Perfect. Mark, I do appreciate your time. I'm going to leave on a couple of notes here. I got this from a friend that says the Autism Community Together is going to be having their walk, wheel, and run. This will take place, tomorrow at Chamorro Village in Agotnia. Registration fee $15 each, or $65 for a group of 5, $20 a head on race day. So get in there as quick as you can. Got lots of stuff to give away and lots of prizes for people in the different divisions, etc. You can grab your tickets at the Agotnia Shopping Center Court today. This is a big race, kind of a must-attend. Good-looking shirts that they're handing out for the Autism Community Together. 2K, 5K, walk, wheel, and run Saturday, March 30th at Chamorro Village. Now, this is a big deal, I think, for all baseball fans. Luella Locinio wrote this up in a news. The baseball park upgrades include a new ADA-compliant, multi-purpose 2-story structure with restrooms. Imagine that. Vendor concession areas and an observation deck for Mark Colby. This, of course, going to be the baseball park at the Dedido Sports Complex and the improvements that they're doing up there.
Yeah, that's over in the Dedido complex.
Now, can we play Major League there?
I think the regulation, it's too small, if I remember correct. I only went up there once when they opened it up.
Right.
I don't remember. I think the regulation size is not there. Yeah.
Okay, but we can use it for like high school. We can use it for youth. Yeah.
Little league. Yeah, those kind of things.
All right, but not GML, because they got big dingers in the GML.
If we play up there, everybody's going to hit a home run.
Also, like Japanese fields.
Yeah.
All right, I got you. Hey, Mark, it's always fun talking with you. We'll get caught up next week. Have a fantastic baseball night tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You know I will. 8:31 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK is my telephone number. Jumping into headlines from the Guam Daily Post in just a sec.
Looking for a great deal on a new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram? Then get to Cars Plus in Mighty now for our spring sales event. Like a new Jeep Compass Sport, $166 per paycheck. Or a new Chrysler Pacifica LX, $220 per paycheck. Or save $8,500 on a new Ram 1500. How about a new Jeep Wrangler Sport? Only $274 per paycheck. Low 1.99% financing is available on approved credit. Save thousands during our spring sales event going on now at Cars Plus in Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you.
Yes. Yes. Well, how about that? All kinds of new digs up at the Dededo Sports Complex and more reasons. I pass by there from time to time, and it just freaks me out about just how improved it has been over the years. They got all these different soccer fields that they got laid out there. They got the volleyball, the beach volleyball that they can do up there, and now have expanded the footprint and the facilities for the baseball up there. That's nice at the baseball park. 8:32, and right now time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post and Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Guam Memorial Hospital officials confident they'll meet tomorrow's deadline to present their plan for addressing the final two issues cited by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. CMS has threatened GMH with termination of its Medicare provider status following a recent follow-up survey in February that found GMH was still not in compliance with CMS standards for quality assessment and performance improvement and anesthesia services. Leading the effort to correct the deficiencies are Dr. Annie Bordallo and Dr. Jolene Uggan, who are associate administrators at GMH. We're working diligently to meet the deadline, said Dr. Uggan, who added that she wants the community to know that they're taking the issue very seriously. Dr. Bordallo, meanwhile, pointed out that last April, GMH was facing 22 citations from CMS, and now we're down to just 2, she said, and she's confident they'll have a corrective action plan ready to go by tomorrow that CMS will be willing to accept. If CMS doesn't accept it, however, it could lose more than $20 million in annual Medicare reimbursement payments. Maria Elaine Lizama Untalan has been arrested on allegations of selling methamphetamine in Agana Heights. According to the magistrate report, police conducted a traffic stop and found Untalan to be in possession of about 590 grams of meth. A search warrant was executed at her home, where police detained Untalan's sister, Veronica. Another suspect, Nathan Earl McCord Borja, was seen walking away from the home, and he too was detained. Borja was found in possession of a glass pipe and empty baggies with meth residue. Maria and Veronica were charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance with intent to deliver. Borja also charged with possession. Last week, it was Borja who was reported missing by his family. He hadn't been seen for nearly 3 weeks when he walked into the Agate precinct, that is, and told police that he was okay, but then left again without contacting his family. 39-year-old Alfred Fred faces multiple allegations of family violence after school staff reported that a 7-year-old female student had a 1-inch-long laceration near her eyebrow. Police were called to the school on Monday. The girl told them she was injured during an argument at home. According to the magistrate complaint, she told police she cut her forehead when Fred pushed her and she fell onto a table. The girl also accused Fred of picking up her brother and throwing him at their mother, and then he started punching their mother, according to the complaint. Fred then used a portable gas stove to burn documents that were apparently the center of the argument. Fred was charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, 3 counts of family violence, and 2 counts of child abuse and arson. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
Okie doke, 8:35 in the morning. Hey, listen, if you've got questions about how to telecommute and telecommunicate in 2019 without spending a whole lot of money, talk to the people over at iConnect. 888-8888 is their telephone number. Be happy to walk you through some of the great introductory and starter plans that would get you a phone and internet access without paying an arm and a leg. It's what they do. They do it pretty good. They also do push to talk. In fact, they're the only ones that do push to talk. Call them again at 888-8888. So I got Clint coming up. Clint's going to be on the radio with me. That's all right. That's awesome. Hey, Clint, what do you want to say to those 7 other people that voted against your bill? Kiss my what? The traffic music's playing. Let me get that on the air. Let me see. Not so much the traffic right now because, the major drive time is over. We're into the second string version of traffic. And usually if you jump into traffic after about, 8:30 or something like that, it's not like you're going to just go straight through all of the intersections. There's always going to be traffic through there, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot that's going to slow you down. Getting out of 3 onto 1 might see some issues there. 8, 10, and 16, they've got a couple of places where it's slowing down. Seems to be a little bit of traffic moving across Dairy Road from the intersection of 4 and 15 in both directions. But after that, after you've passed those Vale of Tears, you should be smooth going just about everywhere else. That's right now traffic here on The Point.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
Dude! See, that's what everybody's going to talk like after it's all done, after it's like super recreational. Dude, par prim. There are a couple of birthdays I want to take care of today. My cousin Ramon Underwood has got a birthday. Happy birthday to you, cuz. Leanne Abanalis, Paul Sablon, not that one, the other one. Doris Camacho, Sheila Salas, Trey Davis, Marvin Pinaula from Auto Spot. Derek Munya Caneta is online and celebrating his birthday. And let me say happy birthday to my buddy here. And I've known it since he's a little boy. I mean, it always has had a hustle going, and now take a look at what that's grown into. One of Guam's most popular auto dealerships. Happy birthday to you, and it's been fun watching you grow up. Esther Brazel, Joe Evaristo, and Mayor Robert Hoffman from the beautiful village of Sinanya is celebrating a birthday today. You know how I know? Because I've got all of the major celebrants' birthdays committed to memory. That's how I have it. That's BS. I got it off Facebook. And you can, too. And remember when it's my birthday, May 11th. It's coming up. It's 8:39. Major Joe Bloss on the line, but we're not going to be talking about guard stuff. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Ray. Thanks for having me. We're actually talking about the Autism Community Together run on Saturday.
Right.
Yeah. So, I know you mentioned that they can go down to the Agana Shopping Center. The awesome thing we're doing since yesterday is not only doing registration there, but you can also pick up your shirt right on the spot. So you don't have to be the first 2,500 finishers. You have to be the first 2,500 to register.
Right. Okay. So, and you can do that right now at Agana Shopping Center as soon as they open?
As soon as they open at 10 a.m. all the way to 8 p.m. And the shirts are going. I mean, it was funny because we have a lot of our members that are helping that, they're not into 5K. So they said, man, are we going to be just bombarded? I'm like, no, it's not going to get crowded in the morning. And
yeah, whatever.
Oh my God, like all day.
Whatever.
So
you can make runners do anything for a shirt, and you can make runners do anything for a shirt and Gatorade.
Right. Right.
Yeah, just the way we are. So yeah, now this is not the cheapest running event on Guam. I noticed that there's it's a little bit more pricey to run in this one than in others. So what can we expect? What can us runners expect for the additional dough?
Well, if you actually pick up the shirt and you wear the shirt and you're the first 1,500 finishers, you get one of the Bank of Guam collapsible water bottles that they donated to us, but you have to be wearing the shirt.
Got it.
If not, we have raffle prizes, refreshments, just a lot of fun hanging out with our kids and our families with autism.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try to see if I've got to do a 10-miler on Saturday morning, so I'm going to see if I can go, run 7 miles down, do the race, and then 7 miles back.
Oh, that's awesome.
Wait a second, that's too long. That's 17 miles. I only need to do 10. Yeah. So, okay. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. I got to see. I can't. Hard for me to do route mathematics, but I'll get that sorted out. This is why I can never be in the legislature. All right, Joe. For more information, where can people find out more details?
They can call us at 687-1284.
687-1284. And is there, I was going to say, will there be any other activities? And as you say, you're already at the Agana Shopping Center now. So if people want information about autism, what it is, how families with somebody with autism deals with it, that kind of thing, they're welcome to stop by for that, right?
Absolutely, and we also have our autism fair the following Saturday at the Agana Shopping Center as well.
You're going to be busy.
They can come and get more information, meet our other families, see our children performing in some entertainment, and they'll have displays all over the place. So, yeah, definitely if you're interested in joining or just supporting our organization, come out to the run on Saturday or the fair the following Saturday.
Gotcha. Joe, I'll talk to you pretty soon. Good luck.
Hey, thanks so much, Ray.
All right, dear. 888-8255-888-TALK, and that's our telephone number, 842, and I've been waiting all morning long to say, congratulations, Clint. You did it.
Oh, thank you, Ray. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, and I know you didn't do it by yourself, but you know, you were the guy that was talking about this. You were the guy. I want to say you willed the legislation into existence, and you carried it through despite what was a lot of criticism, and some of it I think was has gotten kind of pretty harsh. But
Yeah.
you weathered the storm.
Thank you. Yes, it was a difficult process, but I'm glad, and I absolutely thank all of not only the co-sponsors of the measure, but everyone who voted in favor of this.
Well, the other people I think that if you want to send some kudos and notes of appreciation are the people that came out and supported early and loudly. Even the critics of the campaign say that there were a lot of people that very loudly took up the cause and were difficult to ignore and impossible to drown out.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, there's another thing too. There's been some talk by some people who say that they feel like you know, this is something we didn't allow enough public discussion on, or something along those lines. I disagree. Same here. I disagree. We held public hearings. Not only that, this is literally something I campaigned on. This is literally something I ran on. I was on all the media, quoted as this was part of my campaign, and I got elected on this as part of my campaign. It's not something I snuck out of nowhere. I made it known when I was running for office that this is one of the things I wanted to do. I came right out in front and said, this is one of the things I want to do. Should I be elected? And so I followed through with that because it's exactly what I said was part of my campaign. So there's so much talk, so much discussion about it. There was a prior bill that was put out. Well, there was a prior bill that was supposed to be put out on it back when Governor Calvo was still the governor.
Yeah.
There was talk about him doing the bill. He ultimately withdrew it, but he was supposed to introduce the bill, and there was a lot of discussion about it. So, and there's been a lot of discussion about cannabis since the medicinal cannabis went into effect. There's been so much discussion about this over the years, and people are acting like this is something that just
it just kind of popped up. Well, I found a lot of it, number one, late, and number two, disingenuous, especially, and hypocritical. If we're talking about the response from the Republican Party, I found that to be quite hypocritical.
Yes, it was. And I'd like to thank, and another thing I'd like to point out is not all the Republicans voted against it. 2 Republicans stood strong and voted in favor of this measure, and I want to thank Republican Senator Tello Taitegui and Luis Muñoz, who both voted in favor of the measure, showing that it wasn't truly, united Republican thing against this bill. Certain people, I believe, in the Republican Party were trying to use this for political, some sort of political ploy.
I'm sure that there'll be repercussions. I'm curious as to what the repercussions, what form those are going to take. But sometimes the party can be somewhat punitive.
Right. I hope not. I mean, the 2 who voted for it, they just stood by what they believed in, and they voted with their conscience, showing that it truly is not a Republican-Democrat thing. This is a really bipartisan bill.
Well, it's evidenced by the fact that there are Democrats that voted against it. So it's if you thought it was going to go down party lines, sorely mistaken. 8:45.
It did not go down party lines at all.
But you're not done yet, and so I suspect the same people that weren't able to make a whole lot of hay in the last few days of the debate as it took place over at the legislature will now take their fight to Adelup. First thing is, I need to see if I can get my hands on an as-passed version of the bill. I know one is going to be going to the governor's office, who has already signaled her non-hesitance, if you will. She doesn't seem to have a problem with recreational marijuana. How will you keep the focus on her signature, her positive action on this measure?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking for, I'm hoping that she signs it. But of course, she has to go through the process. She has to have her legal team review it because there's, amendments that were added to it, et cetera. Their legal team needs to look at it. She's indicated in the past that she's in support of it. She said in the past that she would sign this type of legislation. So it's just a matter of, I guess, looking at the details of it. So I'm hoping that she will. Of course, I'm encouraging her to do it, but ultimately it is the governor's decision, and I respect whatever decision she makes on the matter. So it's in her hands now to decide if she wants to sign this legislation or not, and I'll respect whatever decision she makes. And should she sign it into law, I'm committed to continue to work with her and anyone else on any way I can assist with the implementation of this law, because it will still require the Cannabis Control Board and to be stood up so that they can develop rules and regulations.
Is there a starting place for these folks that are going to be sitting on this board? Do you have a recommendation on where they might be able to find, a kind of a boilerplate document that they can look at and then customize that for Guam so that it makes sense, so it scales right in this community?
Sure. Yes. Exactly. That's not in the measure at all, but that's something that I can definitely provide to them for assistance. I'm committed to doing the research and I'm committed to looking up at all the jurisdictions and finding the best rules and regulations and assisting them in that way by providing them those rules and regulations. They can review rules and regulations from other jurisdictions.
Yeah, because, there's still a lot of questions, open questions about what we're going to be doing with finance. People are asking questions about, how is this going to impact employment with businesses, employment with the government of Guam, and I think for the most part, common sense will guide some of those those discussions. But I also think it would be nice to have some documentation, best practices, if you will, from states, municipalities where they've already done this and frankly have made the initial mistakes so that we don't have to make them.
Yes, absolutely. And that's what we want to do. We want to look at the other states that have done this and look at their successes and their failures and learn from both their successes and their failures. And yes.
Will an act like you have proposed still be necessary if the federal government, and there's a lot of people that are talking about movements within the federal government. There's a story on Marijuana Moment website this morning that a vote could take place in the House within weeks. And so if all of a sudden the federal government comes out, changes the schedule, the federal government comes out and decriminalizes at the federal level marijuana as a Schedule I drug, would we still need the language in your measure? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know either, right? Would we still need to have our own laws in place? And I suppose the answer would be yes, because we still have issues about how we're going to control, how we're going to tax, how we'll handle things at a retail and industrial level.
Correct. That part we would still need some to figure out the tax, and that's in the bill. So it's a 15% excise tax. So we would still need that. We would still need the bill for the tax purposes to figure out how to tax it, and the Cannabis Control Board to figure out how to license people and get businesses licensed to sell this.
If the governor signs it, you take a look at the measure. She looks at it, says doesn't see anything wrong with it, and signs off on it. Does that mean that I can start, find some seeds and start growing marijuana in the house?
I believe if the governor signs it, it does contain a provision that allows for personal cultivation. So I think, but there's limits on that. The limit is 6 plants, but 3 juveniles, 3 adult plants is the max that you can grow in your house.
Right.
But it also has to be contained completely. It cannot be open to the public. It has to be in a contained space. And I believe there's some amendments added to it that you have to contain the odor of it. So there's a lot of restrictions still on how you would be able to do it, but ultimately you would be able to do it. And Yes.
Because I think that's where a lot of people are going to want to see this. I mean, it might not be necessarily the case where I'm looking forward to a time where I can go down to my head shop in Anigua and down around Aston and walk in there and say, okay, give me, I need a pound of that, or I need an ounce of that, and I need some rolling papers, and I need some screens for the pipes and whatever. That might for me that might not be the holy grail. For me, it might be just to be able to legally grow for my own consumption marijuana at the house. So if she signs off on it, I should be able to do that immediately. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the way the bill is structured right now. It's supposed to be it takes effect as soon as it's signed. As far as that is concerned, as far as sales are concerned, that would have to wait until after the Cannabis Control Board drafts rules and regulations. But I also want to note that, right now, technically, it's not a criminal act if you're in possession of anything under an ounce. So if you've got, a few joints on hand, or you got half an ounce on hand, it's only a $100 ticket.
Right.
$100 fine, yeah. So this bill removes that $100 fine from that, so people would be able to have that and not worry about a fine.
But I was talking about consumption, not necessarily possession. And I don't know legally if they're the same or different.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not exactly sure how that's separated out legally. It gets kind of confusing.
Yeah, because I couldn't tell you how many ounces are going to. I don't know how many ounces are going to come off a mature plant at the house. How much I'd get in trouble for, and what the current prohibition is on growing it in the house without some kind of a medical license from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So that because I think possession is possession, but I think growing is part of it feels like distribution, right?
It becomes like manufacturing or something along those lines, and that's where the law gets kind of confusing. It is a little bit confusing. That's why it's kind of weird. It's like, oh, you can have it, but you can't grow it, you can't manufacture it, you can't buy it. But if you have it, it's just a $100 fine.
Yeah, there's a beginning and an end to the story, and that kind of picks it up at the middle. So it might be one of those things. And a question from Brad. Brad had testified, I believe, against it, or was it the town hall testifying against it? Why would anybody follow the law and pay taxes on this nonsense? It's still going to be huge in the black market. You'd be foolish to open up a shop and give the government any money. So, but those are things that will be answered by this cannabis commission.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's people that believe, that, okay, if it's legal and it's a plant, why would anyone sell it? And, I understand that argument, but, I mean, let's face it, tomatoes are legal. No one grows tomatoes at their house. We go to the store to buy it. We can cook hamburgers at home. Mm-hmm. We go to McDonald's and we buy hamburgers. We can pick coconuts off of coconut trees, but so many of us, myself included, end up going to stores and we buy the coconut juice at the store in the can. We buy coconut water in the can, but it's falling off the trees. So people will still buy things from stores because of convenience.
Well, and there's different varieties. I can grow tomatoes at the house, as you point out, but they're the same kind of tomatoes that I had last week. This week I might want to go and find out about these extra juicy, luscious, kind of crunchy tomatoes that have got some extra something in them, for which I might want to pay extra. And there's going to be, as people begin to develop these strains, and you and I have shot the bull on this a couple of times. As people develop strains. Or different kinds of marijuana are introduced into the community, it's going to be different from what you can manufacture, what you can make at home. And I'm going to want to go and try the different kind that Mike was talking about that made rainbows shoot out of his eyes. Or the one that made, or I'll give you one. I'll give you one right now. The one that made my buddy's plantar fasciitis go away or feel better.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of different strains that it's gonna allow for, I believe, a craft industry. It's like craft beer. I mean, there's so many different types of craft beers now that people want to go try different types of beers depending on who the brewer is and the different type of craft beer that they're brewing and different flavors, different tastes, and everything. So the same type of thing would apply here.
We'll watch and see. I know it's been a busy, hectic couple of weeks, and you've been on the program a number of times. I want to thank you for the access. It's nice to know that we can reach out and touch you. What are you going to do next? How will you shake the cages of the legislature again? You got another year and a half or so.
I don't know. Well, I mean, actually, that's a good question. So, this is really just one part of my platform. My platform was, my platform was to make Guam green again, and that's green with cash. That's green with agriculture. That's green with green technology. That's green energy. That's green with the environment, and green with the adult use cannabis. So this was just one facet of my platform. So there's a lot of other things I do want to work on, absolutely, and I will work on improving the agricultural industry on Guam. I really do believe that Guam can develop its own local agricultural industry here and start growing more of our own produce. So that's one of the next things I want to work on. And of course, a lot of people know also that I am of half Chuukese descent. So that is something near and dear to my heart as well. It actually wasn't even a part of my platform, to be honest, when I was running, because my platform, I didn't want to make it about any particular, ethnicity or anything, because I'm just, I don't
know. As far as I'm concerned, you're Guamanian. It doesn't make any difference what the background is. I got my dad was a Haole.
Exactly. I'm half Haole, and of course, my dad. I'm half Haole.
Yeah.
So. But, it became a part of the discussion because of certain other people on the campaign trail who were bringing up the issue. And so that's what made me speak out about the issue. So people started to already connect me to that. And some people thought that was my platform. And I was like, it's not part of my platform, but it is something I will address. And I will definitely be working on addressing issues involving members of the freely associated states community here in Guam, FSM community here in Guam. And I've actually been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that I just haven't been bragging about. I've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes while I've been working on this cannabis legislation. But, I just didn't want to brag about some of the things I'm doing behind the scenes. But I will be coming out with some more stuff in the near future to help out with the issues involving immigrants from the freely associated states.
Yeah, I think at the bottom of it, and it'll take a longer conversation. I think one of the things that we've got to be very careful about is access to alcohol. And as much as people know me and know I like to party, know I like to have my beers, I think it's just too easy for so many people that don't necessarily have the background that kind of ramp their way up to their consumption, and just all of a sudden everybody's doing a lot of binging because you can get alcohol in this town pretty much 24 hours a day. There's a very short window. Where alcohol is not available, but that's just sober up time until I can get to the gas station or the mom and pop store and get myself another 12 of whatever is on sale. I think that's a conversation. I think and it's a conversation that we can have for the entire community now that there might be a choice and say, what, maybe we don't need to. Every mom and pop store on Guam does not have to have a chill section for beer. Every mom and pop store on Guam does not have to have a variety of spirits.
Right, there's so many liquor licenses, and in fact, there's actually some violations as far as there are actually rules about how many liquor licenses can be granted.
That's correct. Off-premise sales in within a certain amount of miles based on population. I don't know that anybody has looked at that in all of the years. So it might be something that we talk about. We can solve the problem by curbing the access to alcohol for some people. 9 o'clock in the morning. Clint, I got to run. Thanks for the time, and again, congratulations, Senator.
Thank you very much, Ray. Thank you.
All right, amigo. Let's go. We'll light them up one of these days. 9 in the morning, and Fox News Live is coming up next.
Work requirements dropped. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. A federal judge with rulings on Medicaid requirements for 2 states. Fox's Steve Rappaport has more live.
Lisa, the judge blocked Medicaid work requirements in Arkansas and Kentucky, saying they pose numerous obstacles for low-income people to get health care. The judge adding federal and state officials have not adequately addressed those challenges. Kentucky's policy had not taken effect yet, while more than 18,000 people in Arkansas lost Medicaid coverage because of work requirements. The Trump administration administration argues Medicaid work requirements motivate low-income people to eventually become self-sufficient. Advocates for the poor say those requirements have no place in a public health insurance program. Medicaid expansion under Obamacare covers about 12 million people. Lisa?
Steve, a Senate panel wants answers after two fatal crashes involving Boeing 737 MAX 8 jets. Acting FAA Chief Daniel Elwell says the jet's anti-stall system has bad information in the system, could cause a malfunction.
In this case we're talking about here, errant information to that system would make it give input where it's not needed and where it's not wanted.
The jets are grounded as Boeing works on a fix for that system. The man accused of kidnapping a 13-year-old Wisconsin girl and killing her parents last fall has entered a plea.
Jake Patterson was shackled in an orange jail jumpsuit as he told a judge in Barron County Court that he is guilty of murdering James and Denise Kloss in October and guilty of kidnapping their 13-year-old daughter Jamie, who was held captive for 3 months before a daring escape to freedom.
Fox's Jeff Manasso, the man facing federal charges after the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, changes his plea. James Alex Fields Jr. has now pled guilty to 29 hate crime charges. A jury in California awarding $80 million in damages to a California man who claims Roundup weed killer caused his cancer. This is Fox News.
Save big. Save really big when you bundle up your insurance policies with Nanbo Insurance. Insure your home, auto, motorcycle, or business with Nanbo and enjoy great savings, up to 50%. When it comes to insuring your property, no one knows better than the company with over 50 years of service to the community. Don't compromise the things that matter to you most. Call Nanbo today at 477-9754 or visit nanbo.com for more information. Nanbo Insurance, serving you since 1968.
The stations of choice broadcasting are celebrating April 2019 as National Earth Month with the return of our Upcycle Mascot Showdown. We've invited the public elementary schools to set the example and build their school mascots completely out of recyclable material. Stay tuned to our stations to see how you can vote for your favorite school this April. Celebrate Earth Month with our students in the 2019 Upcycle Mascot Showdown. Brought to you by the Agania Shopping Center, Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty, Sylvan Learning Center, Family Finance, Buddy's Home Furnishings, and the stations of choice broadcasting.
An attorney who's in some hot water of his own weighs in on the Jussie Smollett case.
Mark Garagos on the Jussie Smollett defense team spoke out about the case on Adam Carolla's podcast.
I would just venture to say I don't think this police chief is long for his job.
Calling Chicago Police Superintendent Eddie Johnson and Mayor Rahm Emanuel's blasting of Chicago prosecutors' decision to drop all charges against Smollett an abomination. He says they dropped the case after finding not enough evidence in discovery.
To the extent that I can talk about it, supported what I said early on. They got a whale of a case against the two guys, but that's it.
He says he will have more on why he believes it's the brothers at a later date. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Washington State moves forward to raise the smoking and vaping age. The proposal passed by the legislature now heads to the governor's desk. It would raise the age to 21 and would include both tobacco products and vape products. A Texas Rangers star could make or lose some fans with his choice of song before each at-bat.
Pitchers beware when Texas Rangers shortstop Elvis Andrus steps up to the plate at home this season. Parents, too. Andrus electing to use the earworm Baby Shark Dance as his walk-up song at Globe Life Park at Arlington this season in honor of his 2-year-old son Elvis Emilio, who is obsessed with the song. The Ranger shortstop says it will remind him of his son every time he has an at-bat, warning fans they'll get used to it just like he did. If not, Andrus says the song will change for the sake of those in the stands. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
A new biography of Barbara Bush says President Trump caused her angst during the 2016 election and led her to question whether she was still a Republican. In the months before she died, the findings released today in excerpts of the book The Matriarch, published in USA Today. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
When your family needs medical care, how often do you find the need to visit multiple clinics? When a child has a serious ailment, do you find yourself meeting a medical provider only to learn you must go somewhere else for testing? At the FHP Health Center, you can find multiple specialties and testing services under one roof. And if your family needs urgent care, FHP is there for you with convenient weekday, evening, and weekend hours. Voted the island's best clinic and Pika's best 2 years in a row. FHP, our island, your clinic. Learn more at fhpguam.com.
Oh, I just looking at a couple of things on Facebook that are making me laugh here, but otherwise, let me get into thanking people for bringing this program to you on Facebook Live and YouTube Live and the Post, their website, thepoint.gu on the World Wide Web. That includes American President Lines. They're shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy. Never been a better time to go solar. And of course, the folks over at King's. I've been telling you about the great seafood items that they've got over at King's, but they got food there with meat. You can still get meat foods available at King's in Tamuning or Harmon. But if you want 4 or 5 different ways to eat parrotfish, they do that for you as well at King's for Lent.
Okay, I think it's coming up soon.
Yeah, we're on Route 1 and near the airport intersection, right?
There, see it? What's the keyword? Look for the keyword.
Check out the Vantage Digital Billboard and reap the rewards. Catch the keyword on the screen and get a free Americano or tea with menu purchase when you mention the keyword at your next visit to the Hive. Conditions may apply.
Did you see it?
You got it. I got it. You just focus on driving.
Take advantage today and take a look at Vantage Advertising's digital billboard located on Route 1 at the airport intersection.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by, and don't you forget it, Wendy's, where they have the North Pacific cod fillets. They've got that incredible salad and wash everything down with that honest green tea. I know it's late in Lent. You're going, yeah, about that cod. How about, can I have burger meat in that? You might as well just look at their Made to Crave menu over at Wendy's. They've got the Made to Crave, and it's got peppercorn mushrooms and a mushroom hamburger, and it's got a barbecue hamburger, and it also has a Sauce Sauce burger that's got bacon in it. And Jesus loved bacon. And I think you will, too. So find that over at Wendy's for Lent. Swing by GRMC, first choice for all of your specialty care needs. And Cars Plus. 20 years, I think they've been in business. They've got a father-daughter business and all kinds of fantastic people there, Jan and Dunge and Joey, that really want to satisfy your transportation needs. Sometimes in luxury, sometimes in muscly bikes like the Harley-Davidson. Find that at Cars Plus in Mighty.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
I'm wondering out loud here, because that's what I sometimes do in the land of talk radio, this land of almost make-believe. Is it possible in this conversation that the people over at Cars Plus will be the first to sell you your driverless car? Oh, would that be something, huh? Wouldn't that be something? Yeah, they tell me, we were talking about potholes and bully dogs and drunk guys in the road in the middle of the night, and how's it going to be able to navigate through all of this stuff? And I was reminded by a buddy of mine, Bob Kelly, who's my technology guru. He says, look, these things will have sensors on them. And we're not just talking about a couple of cameras here and there, like a backup camera or your blind spot camera or something like that. He said these things are going to be, they'll have motion sensors on them. They'll have little things like sonar. There'll be a radar-y thing kind of going on. And the car will have sensors to tell you how wet the roads are going to be. All of that. He said, don't you worry about the safety aspects of these things. And worse comes to worse, you can always, there might be a way to get some kind of remote controlage going on as well. But, if you've got a basic road, if you're coming out of, Route 8, somewhere on Route 8, let's say we're coming out of over by the fire station, and you're just trying to get to Paradise Fitness or something like that, right? Your car already knows the way for the most part. There's not that much in between here or there. It really is not all of that complex. Frankly, you've seen the way some of the people on the road drive. It's probably going to end up being safer. They'll be able to detect where the car in front is, where the car in the back is. And they're also talking about in a 5G communication age where my car will be able to talk to your car.
Yeah.
So where are you going? What's your waypoint? Because my waypoint's over here. And maybe in a 2-lane, 3-lane situation, your car would say, okay, safe for me to pass over here and let you pass me, and then I'll get back in the lane.
Yeah, I'm just not excited about driverless cars. You know, I've been driving vehicles of one form or another, some very big, some very small, since I was 11 years old. I like the experience of actually putting my hands and feet on pedals and wheels and making it go.
Yeah, it's okay. So there have been times in my life where I've been very, very happy that somebody else was doing the driving. When I was a student at Chaminade University in Honolulu, that was virtually the only time that I could really get some good studying in.
Right.
Is I would take seriously, I'd take my books and I'd get on a bus. I had a student pass, and I'd just get on a bus that was taking me as far as possible in the widest loop as possible, and I'd stick my headphones on and listen to tunes on the radio and do my studying. And a little bit of white noise in the background with all it was great. It was great. And of course, having a wife around to drive you in places. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, I want to get in the passenger side. I don't want to drive. I don't want to do any of that stuff. Who is it? Is Bob Kelly's there? I've got two of my favorite people. I got Bob Kelly on the line. I got Daryl Taggarty on the line. Let me get Bob in here first. Morning, Bob.
Good morning. I just wanted to make a couple comments on driverless cars, and also as we as an island in the world moves towards these, or we may call it intelligent island or smart island here, and how this fits together.
Go ahead.
Well, first off, part of the infrastructure of highways to properly run driverless cars, our main thoroughfares will need to have certain embedded sensors and upgrades so the cars know what's going on further ahead, although the cars do communicate with each other, is something you just mentioned. And then I was going to make a comment. Right now at nighttime, if a person's crossing the street at Marine Drive in Antigua where there's no lights, I may not see them. But the car will see them quite well for two reasons. Any of the cameras they have are capable of seeing infrared, which is another term for night vision, because people are warmer than their surrounding area. And there's also radar on the car. So I think in that aspect it's going to potentially reduce the pedestrian accidents.
I can hardly. It would be nice if we could get that kind of technology in the cars now.
Well, actually, some of that technology is in cars. It's not fully self-driving, but the driver-assisted cars on some have a lot of that technology today.
Yeah, I think it'd be cool to get some kind of a heads-up display in the front windshield that would show you some of those kinds of things as a an infrared camera image. Of course, what's going to happen is we'll say yes to a heads-up display, but eventually it'll be just another way to throw advertising up in front of a driver. Watch how that happens.
But here is the challenge on the driverless cars that we're dealing with. In all probability, in the next several years, as the technology improves, they'll be several times safer and several times less accidents, or I shouldn't say several times less, maybe a third or less accidents than we have today, because it takes out the human factor. But in a legal sense, this is going to be one of the constraints. Even if your car is 3 times safer in an autonomous mode than one being driven by people, it becomes more difficult to do the lawsuits and liability when the accidents do happen versus when you got a driver that you can blame. And some of the resistance is people would rather have 3 times the accidents but be able to blame the driver rather than an autonomous car, which is an object, it's software and so on, and it becomes more difficult to lay the blame.
Understood. Well, as with everything, when you've got the humans involved, there's going to be somebody that will try as much as possible to deflect blame away from themselves. When in fact it is probably going to work out that's the way it happened. There have been a couple of cases where these autonomous vehicles have been involved in some tragedies on the roadways, but it's the beginning of a process.
Humans at the same time. I mean, if you are running hundreds of thousands or 1 million miles of driverless vehicles being tested, and there's one accident, that will make the news. If you've got 1 million miles being driven by humans and there's 20 accidents, that does not make national news.
No, I understand. I get people just freak out about that whole Skynet thing. Bob, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Bye-bye.
Oh, we got to get back into the marijuana conversation. It's all anybody's going to want to talk about. Here's wait until the legislature posts the as-passed version version of the measure. I've seen all 27 pages of the original documentation. Didn't see too much in there that was a problem. But I want to see where they will be coming in next on some of the amendments. And I think most of that had to do with what would happen with the tax dollars and maybe this, I don't know, nefarious watch out for the smoke. Right, the dissemination of the cannabis odor, which they've turned into smoke. I don't know if that survived the scrutiny of the legislature, but it's worth talking about. But there's the economics of it, and I don't, when we start talking about policy and things like that, it's always good to get a policy wonk in the conversation. That would be Daryl Taggarty. Good morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Ray. It's who'd have thought that we would need to have a smart island and increase of technology just so that we could counteract the progress on personal freedoms out in public spaces.
If I can drag the two of the concepts together like you did, I don't know that there's a lot of people that had foreseen all of this, but what an interesting combination of driverless vehicles that we might be able to enjoy in the coming years, and the idea that, you know what, if I want to go to the bar and I want to drink until I am stinking drunk, and get into an automobile, press a button, and it will take me home.
Yep, and liability free.
Liability free. It will know where the place is. It will know where it's at. It will know what the safest route is to get there. And you know what? It'd probably be comfortable enough that I wouldn't even need to get inside the house. I'd just sleep in the thing.
Yeah, but it won't know if you have to stop and throw up.
Will it hold back my hair if I need to vomit? Is what you're saying, right? I mean,
they need to make. They need to make it in a pickup truck size so you can just walk over, lay in the back of the truck, and say, "Home, James," and then take it.
Exactly. So, and do the same thing with marijuana. There's going to be people that will smoke themselves sleepy and look for some place to crash. And at some point, like I said, press the button that says "home," and pretty soon the car will take you home.
Just in time.
This is just like Korean Taxi, right? And Stroll. You were online in the Facebook Live. You were asking about how the economics are going to change, and I think, frankly, there's already been a little bit of a change. I've got somewhere in my pack of files today the original numbers that were attached to the fiscal note at the legislature when they were talking about it, and it's funny because you look at them now, it just looks like crazy fiction. These numbers that they were going on about, and the idea that the idea that those numbers are going to change based on supply and demand, I think is a given. But how much? What kind of change?
Especially when you are looking at needing to support a bureaucracy, needing to support the economics of all the people involved in the supply chain. They're all looking at today's prices and a better quality product and at the cost of advertising and the cost of competition, and you got to have the lab, and you got to have the enforcement, and you got to have all the research done, after the law's been passed, you got to do the research to find out just what your baseline is, and it's kind of, I guess I'm just holding out for some sanity up at Adelute.
Are you suggesting that they might not be equal to the task of being able to sort all of this stuff out? I mean, there will be the Cannabis Commission, and I think that depending, it's like the 14 points. It's like Bob's Adequate Education Act, right? So we've got all of these things that will be part of the guidance of this Cannabis Commission as they set up these rules and regulations, requirements for seed to sale, requirements perhaps for cultivation areas. My cousin Ted's talking about, he's got all these ranchers, and they're just going to pull up their conduit, and they're going to pull up all of the bilimbangas and all of the things that they're growing on the corn, and instead plant marijuana. Well, you're not going to be able to plant marijuana outside, and for every plant that comes out, you're going to have a barcode that will stay with it right up until it goes into a baggie. So
it's got to be, and you got to build your security areas. It can't be visible from public property.
Yeah,
all of this stuff, right? So it can't be stealable. It can't just be growing wild in the ditches like it was when my dad was a kid. and you've got to have, you got to be responsible for it. Well, if you're going to have to build a $100,000 building that's typhoon proof to hold it, why should the price come down? It'll only be the investors are not going to invest in the industry unless they know they've got the Guam police to enforce it, to enforce the economics. And the government of Guam, the full weight of the government of Guam coming down on the side of those who have the franchise, the licenses from the government.
Yes.
That's the problem. It's not the decriminalization. It's the legalization. It's making the government of Guam and the people of Guam partners in the supply chain.
And this is one of those places where Daryl just you want to talk about your fundamental issues. If it's a question of me being able to go and get some seeds and grow some stuff in the house, which requires no bureaucracy, it requires no licensing, it requires no seed to sale software. It doesn't require the police department to be able to come and rescue me when somebody steals my dope.
Right.
So that version of decriminalization or deregulation of the substance is great because it gets the people what they want if they want it, and doesn't require any additional government, any kind of. But as we start talking about an industry that may rise from this, then we are going to need to have some kind of rule, some kind of control, some kind of protection mechanism.
The government, by passing this law, by passing the bill, the legislature is saying, we, the government, can do this better than organized crime.
Huh.
And I'm sorry, they can't figure out how to get out from underneath the solid waste regime.
Couldn't figure out how to get water in the Agana swimming pool for a long time.
That's right.
And can't figure out how to run a reliable mass transit system. I mean, we could go on and on and on.
Yeah, can't fix roads with funding source.
So maybe that's ought to be the first thing that these guys do is find a way to privatize it.
No, it's already private. It's already private. Just get out of the way. Just get out of the way. How are you going to? You know how they were debating
if they get out of the way, how are they going to tax it? If that's the deal, isn't it? That's why people are going to be tolerant of it, because we're going to get taxes, and it's going to go to public health and mental health and the police department and DOE and all of these places.
And do you see how they all get so? I mean, you can see that gleam in the eyes. It's like Barbara White in a storm coming. Oh, we can build jobs. Just think of the numbers of jobs we're going to create. These people are going to thank us for putting them, on a new ABC board and a new set of public health inspectors and a new set of the agriculture inspectors, and they're all. And that's. I'm looking at this and going, what are we? Look at the motivations. Somebody has this thing rationalized for personal private gain, but it's being done by the government. Because if it was just to do it for the purposes that are intended, the virtuous purposes, okay, people who want to get high, just get the government to stop arresting them.
Right.
Yeah, we still want the kids not to have it. People who need it for medical purposes, well, they don't have to worry about asking around about what's a better, who's growing the better stuff or who's supplying the better stuff. But you leave the laws in place, and then just don't arrest people unless they're bringing in 10 pounds by the plane.
But I want to be able to make and sell marijuana infused ice cream. I want to be able to have a store that sells delicious, nutritious little breakfast things with steel cut oats and some yogurt. Yeah, we're gonna stick something in there that's got marijuana in it. I want to do that.
So we want to create a whole bureaucracy just to allow some people to have their pipe dream.
Well, is it still going to be? Will I still be able to do that in your regime? Once I'm involved in some kind of commerce, if I say, come to my store, Bray Gibson's Cannabis Ice Cream Store, do I not then run the risk of a serious distribution crime, or are we ignoring that?
Well, this is not what the government was.
And can it be taxed? Can it be taxed differently because it's one of these sin items?
Well, maybe so, but it would be first you just get the government out of the way. and make it, okay, well, that's also there. But, you're still going to have, like now, mom and pop stores are not going to be able to sell cigarettes to minors. That's a matter of enforcement. It's the same thing, but we don't have a Bureau of Tobacco. I guess they didn't even get around to printing the tax stamps yet, So if we can't enforce tax stamps for tobacco, which does come in
B&Bs
controlled, how are we going to do it with marijuana?
That's the brass ring on the right, isn't it? Is answering that question and making it so that there is if we get out of the way, and I'm with you. You and I are on the same side here. I'm not against what you are saying. I like the idea that there could be a mechanism by which we build and tax and do something beneficial with those tax dollars, though. Does it need to be something that is the same size as the Department of Education? Does it need to be the same size as the Department of Revenue and Tax? There's no reason why it can't be just a few guys that have this as their mission.
Or it could be that it's just another paragraph in the things that people are doing anyway. When you're checking to see whether tobacco has been sold to minors, you have the same kind of reporting for
and bingo collections and collections when we were running the casino. You and I are the same, but I don't know that my feelings are because I don't want bigger government. Trust me, I don't want bigger government. Should there be some kind of control on this so that we can tax it? I think there should be. But your problem is you're talking about the incompetence of the government of Guam in general, and it's hard for me to overcome that argument because there's so many places where we agree that you're right. They're beyond incompetent in some places, and it's almost a criminal incompetence that we've seen over the years with all of the money that has been going through our what is legally collectible that we've missed. It's gone through us like a sieve.
And the incompetence extends to the legislature because they are spending time dealing with this issue instead of the competence of the government of Guam, which needs to be revisited every 10 years in order to move forward with the times, with technology, and with the changes of priorities in the government and feedback from the ways that different governors have been implementing the law. This legislature hasn't begun to focus on the issues that we so badly need addressed.
Are you kidding? Wait a second. I'm going to need to disagree with you completely on that. Later on today, there's going to be a public hearing for a measure that would, relative to establishing the Historia Ta Inetnun Estudion I Umali'i Zan Umafana'i Tau Hijungs and Tau Tano Commission to share.
That was the hearing yesterday afternoon, 2:30.
Was that?
It was on yesterday at 2:30.
I'm sorry I missed that. I thought I was looking at the current one, but I like the way it's written here. To share the Chamorro perspective during the 500th year since I Manautautau Motna first discovered Westerners in their waters. So I agree there needs to be some kind of a call for an observation here. But is this is this it?
Do you have to create an agency? Or is the only virtue of creating that entity that would do this is to be able to recognize those who are not being already paid by the government of Guam to do similar projects. It's a project. It's not an ongoing need of the government of Guam. And the way that bill is written, it's like creating
well, he's trying to create an industry, and I see what you're saying. Is let's look at scale. Here's, you want to do an industry, or if you just want to make it so that Ray and Daryl on a Friday night can get together, smoke a doobie, and watch listen to the Dark Side of the Moon, right?
Come on in, guys.
Yeah, come on in, guys.
I've got somebody coming to the house. Go on inside. Okay.
Yes, it's okay. We're on the radio.
Yeah, because we're only on the radio.
But yeah, so I can see what you're saying is we got a bill that looks like it's doing two different things. So figure out which one we want to do, and the easiest and cheapest one is just make it so that Ray and Daryl can get together on Fridays and listen to Dark Side of the Moon.
Well, even the bill that we were talking about with this commission for the 500th anniversary, That doesn't need to be any more than a project. There are already people in the government of Guam who are identified in the bill who are involved in doing this sort of thing, marketing Guam, doing historical studies, managing a project like FESPAC. We didn't create an agency for FESPAC. We just told everyone, there was executive direction from Adelup.
Yeah.
Let's get this done. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to do the other. We're not giving you, if we have to have funding, fine. We'll let us see what your budget is, that you can't cover this stuff already. You don't think it's important enough to do it within your current budget, and we'll think of that.
Pardon my interruption, but
they're not looking at what we need to get done.
Pardon my interruption, but wasn't FESPAC a bit of a disaster?
No, we got those concrete buildings. We got rid of a parking lot over at Paseo. We got these
also
buildings
lost
that we
a ton of money.
It took a ton of money, but there was probably more than that wasted on other silly things that were that had much less impact on the island.
No, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Mike is saying as well. And I'm concerned that some of the same people might be involved one way or the other. Listen, dude, I got to let you run, and I know you got people at the house. Talk to you pretty soon.
Yeah, thanks, Ray, for being there.
No, it's always fun. It's crazy fun, I think. All right, dude, I'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. I'm not done with this yet. I know that there's some people that might be tiring of the marijuana conversation, and frankly, there are a couple of ways that it has been wrung out. But there's also a couple of other venues for the conversation that at least I want to have before I'm done. So when people say, "Hey, did you talk about the international reaction to what the Guam lawmakers did yesterday?" I want to be able to say, yeah, I brought it up. So that's coming up in a second.
I don't think they're tiring of the conversation. It's just they're waiting until the show is over so they can light up.
Light up now. Light up now. Can you imagine? Let me just paint a picture for you of what it could be. Am I AVRA capable here? Make me AVRA capable here. I appreciate that. That's nice because you know what? I actually wanted to start the program with this a little bit earlier today and get this going.
This generation rules the nation with version. Music and super full of love. Songs to really make you rub and scrub.
Come on, you were waiting for somebody to play this, right?
Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. Pass the dutchie on the left hand side. It a go bun. Give me the music, make me jump and shout. It a go done. Give me the music, make me jump. It is a cool and lonely breezy afternoon.
Indulge me, why don't you? You got to turn that off, otherwise the Facebook police will get crazy and they'll say, we're not going to let you upload that section of the program. But see, I wanted to make sure that I covered that vehicle. I wanted the people would say, it's not a complete discussion. It's not it's not where the conversation needed to go unless at some point somebody in an irresponsible and irascible way found a reason to play Pass the Dutchie.
Pass the Dutchie, yeah. Yeah, it's a must.
It's what I did. Thank you very much. That's why you tune into this program as opposed to anything else on the radio or on the internet. 9:33 in the morning, that's iConnect time. Speaking of the internet, call iConnect and ask them how they can get you on the internet, on your mobile, without paying an arm and a leg like some of the other guys charge. Check that out by calling 888-8888.
Help celebrate Earth Month with 93.3 The Point and the return of the Upcycle Mascot Showdown. Stay tuned for details on the upcoming live event and how you can support your favorite school. The Upcycle Mascot Showdown, brought to you by Lolita Kamet from Remax Diamond Realty, the Agana Shopping Center, Sylvan Learning Center, PBS Guam, and 93.3 The Point.
Shrimp and guacamole for Lent at Subway. The all-new shrimp and guacamole combines generous portions of whole shrimp and a spread of guacamole served on freshly baked bread, paired with vegetables cut fresh daily in restaurants and sauces that are sure to excite your taste buds. Hurry in, it's only available for a limited time. Other fresh Lenten flavors include the classic tuna or the mouth-watering greatness of our seafood sensation. Don't forget the Veggie Max, a delicious and tasty vegetarian patty. Visit any of our convenient locations today. At Subway, you make it what you want.
At Guam Regional Medical City, it is our mission to become the island's premier choice for specialty care.
like cardiology, pulmonology, neurosciences, orthopedics, oncology services, and more. We aim to protect our island from heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and diabetic complications. But should you suffer from such diseases, we're ready with world-class options, both inpatient and outpatient. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts of Guam Training every morning on The Ray Gibson Show.
If I asked you if you had grit, if you truly had grit, what would you say? I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, you'll need to get ready because grit will be it, and it will be up for grabs.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
This is the second time that's done that.
Well, it's a different track this time. I don't even know what's making it. Seems like whatever's doing it, it's
like at this time.
Giving 6 seconds, and that's all it did. I checked the file yesterday, and the file was fine.
Okay, that's too much inside baseball. Get the phone. 888-8255 is the telephone number. A couple of things they're working on over at the governor's office tomorrow. A Vietnam War Veterans Day breakfast and proclamation signing. And then later on in the morning, there's going to be April as Island Sustainability Month proclamation signing. Sustainability is very, very important thing. I've tried to do my best. What cultural misappropriation? How dare you? I'm a half person of color. I should be allowed. My white side should not be allowed to culturally appropriate raga music about passing the Dutchie. But remember, I'm half Chamorro. I'm half a brown person of color, and I should be able to appropriate whatever I want to from any other non-white race. I'm sure somebody's ticked off at me saying what I just said. All right, so 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Not quite where I thought the conversation was going to go with Daryl. I thought we were going to a little bit more on the economics of what's going to be happening when marijuana is fully recreational. What is going to happen? And I don't know. I'm not sure that there has been an adequate study that has been undertaken that even correctly identifies what is happening right now with cannabis. So I don't know how to predict what will happen if there is, quote, an industry that pops up with little stores, little crafty stores that go up that sell marijuana and rolling papers and screens and scrubbers and all of those kinds of things. I don't know what's going to happen with that, especially given, as some have pointed out, the idea that almost immediately upon enactment of this measure, signature by Governor Lulian Guerrero, I'll be able to make my own at the house. I'll be able to grow it. I'll go and get all of the cool stuff from Home Depot with the grow lights and be able to grow the stuff at my house. And so is it possible we'll have three different things going on? The current crop of guys that are growing marijuana, either for their own self or distribution among friends, or, let's admit it, I'm sure there's some guys out there that are selling marijuana. You got those guys. The second batch of just recreational users, like people live out back in Alaska that grow their own stuff, and the law just doesn't bother them because they're not involved in trafficking. They're not breaking any laws. And the ones that want to be able to grow it for profit that will be taxed. So you got the three different dynamics that are going to be going against each other, kind of head to head. And I cannot at this time predict what's going to be happening. I think because there will be so much that is out there, it will drive the prices down. I mean, that just seems to make sense. Or is it possible that there will be so much demand that is out there? Hey, it's also possible that as Daryl was saying, the guys that are paying the licensed version of it, seed to sale farmers, distributors, wholesalers and retailers, they might want to eliminate one of the two different groups that I'm talking about and weaponize the Guam Police Department to get that done in an effort to control the inventory. Like a little marijuana OPEC that comes up from here. I know. It's the crazy stuff that sticks in my head. 9:39 in the morning. Let me get my doctor on the line. Hey, Vince, how you doing?
Pretty good. Well, actually, no. I shouldn't say that. We're actually not doing very well. the issue of marijuana is sexy, but it doesn't solve the world's problems. And today's problem, because you mentioned that the governor has some proclamation or some social event that she has to go to tomorrow.
Yeah.
Really, what I think the governor, unfortunately, has to really be attending to is the very real threat that Medicare is shutting off GMH in the next 48 hours, which is going to be a mini medical disaster for those people who actually need hospital care, because GRMC is pretty much full. So I'm not sure exactly where all those Medicare patients who are sitting in GMH are going to go, because otherwise,
when their bill stops getting paid, well, they're going to stay there because it's we've already established the fact that Guam Memorial Hospital will lose money at uncontrollably, and so just the idea that they're not going to be recompensed by the CMS doesn't indicate to me any strong reason why they would take these Medicare patients and put them in the hallways or push them into the parking lot.
Yeah, particularly since most of them tend to be elderly and pretty sick. I mean, they're not there for the food, so as good as the food might be now. But the reality is that then GMH will now have another $20 million shortfall, or if not 44, because they actually bill CMS $44 million, they claim, and only receive about 20. And so I guess really what it means for the governor of Guam and the people of Guam is another tax increase, because we're going to need that extra $20 million to keep the hospital functional as it's currently constructed. So I think that's the breaking news, because unless, the governor is able to fix this recurring problem. I think this is the fourth time that CMS has said they're going to shut them down.
Well, they've always been toying with it. My understanding is there were like 22 things that CMS had pointed out as issues. 20 of them have been taken care of, and the rest of it looks like it's going to be handled by my cousin Annie Berdalio and Jolene Uggan, administrators of medical and clinical services. And I'm biased. I'll admit my bias. Annie girl is my cousin. She's blood cousin. And I've got a lot of confidence in her brains and her abilities to be able to work with the CMS in the next 48 hours, if for no other reason to say, look, we've swatted away 20 of these things, maybe just a little bit more time here, guys, to deal with it. Anesthesia services, I don't know exactly what that issue refers to. Quality assessment and performance improvement. I mean, that sounds to me like one of those things that you've got to measure in real time. So I'm assuming that between these two, they'll know what the hell they're doing and hold off that as an issue. And I'm positive, I'm absolutely positive. Just knowing it's Annie there, it would indicate to me that there is a strong deal of interest from the front office at Adelup to make sure that this doesn't get boned up.
No, and I think both Dr. Uggan and Dr. Berdalio are very capable people that if anybody can make this happen, they can. But I don't think the people that were there before were any fools either, and they had a very difficult time of satisfying those other 20 complaints. And unfortunately, the last time or 2 times ago when CMS threatened closure, you fix one problem and then 2 other ones pop up. I mean, it wasn't shortly after CMS left in November. But there was a fire in the electrical panel. So there's having fires in hospitals is kind of a big deal. So, no one said that GMH was out of the woods yet, and this is just another symptom of the fact that although Governor Leon Guerrero is a healthcare professional, she's a nurse, she's obviously dedicated much of her administration's resources to trying to solve this problem, they did not fix a lot of the fundamental operational issues because they haven't had time. They've only been in office for less than 100 days. Yeah. And let's face it, they've been facing a lot of very serious issues, as they well should. So tomorrow being Friday and it's a big day and there's a lot of other stuff going on, I think the people of Guam, particularly those who carry Medicare cards, need to be asking their legislatures, who apparently think that they're going to have the day off today. I would argue, because this legislature raised taxes on us last year and they were supposed to take that to public referendum, that they're probably going to have to do it again in order to save the Guam Memorial Hospital, if indeed CMS is going to turn off another $20 million. And even if they don't, because apparently we still own $15 million to our medical vendors. So again, I don't think the people of Guam should blink. And especially if they're concerned about, recreational marijuana causing a whole bunch of social and physical ills, which I don't think that's what's going to happen. I do believe that there's going to be a way to generate revenue from this new industry. But that being said, we're not about, the fun and games that goes on with the marijuana use recreationally or medically. We're about helping people's health care. And today, the issue of the day is the real problem that the Guam Memorial Hospital faces. In addition, there's a shortage of beds, period, across the whole island. And so people need to look themselves in the mirror and say, hey, do I really want to drive drunk today? Or do I really want, to be carrying this weapon that might go off and shoot myself in the foot? I mean, just don't do stupid things for the next 48 hours. Just make sure, particularly if you're a Medicare guy, that, you don't have to go to the hospital for any reason, because this is not just about
But if you do die, try to die at the hospital, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get an autopsy until you get the traveling salesman here from Hawaii.
Well, wait a minute. Now you made me lose my thought. But, hey, you can't go to the emergency room either. If you are a Medicare guy and you think you're going to go to the emergency room this weekend, if they turn CMS off at GMH, you're going to have to go to GRMC, where it costs like $5,000 just to walk in the emergency room door. I think this is a problem that has been lost in the weeds, or because of weed. And maybe now that's...
The problem, among the problems, is the credibility of GMH and the people that have been running it in the past. And you know this to be part of the fact that...
Your cousin is there now, so now everything's going to be fine.
Oh,
Again, fundamentally, Dr. Berdalio and Dr. Ogden and Ms. Posadas are going to have to confront some of the real terrors, the real nightmares.
Yeah, but I don't think Annie is afraid of coming out and saying what the problem is. You remember how much smoke and mirrors there was last time around, where everybody's running around in a white coat and talking about all the financial issues, and then we come out with the Joint Commission report that was leaked by BJ and Dennis Rodriguez that basically said these are not problems that are brought on by the financial conditions of Guam Memorial Hospital. Rather, it was a lack of competent management. And so that's the reality that we have to get into. And you and I, we can talk about this for another 20 years. But I think for the sake of ourselves and our children, we have to admit, and our listeners, we have to admit that when it comes to running a hospital, the government of Guam is incompetent to run the hospital.
No, I disagree wholeheartedly, because this governor ran on the platform that we don't need receivership. We just need leadership. And I think this is where the rubber meets the road.
Let's go hire a leader and then get out of his way. Let's go find somebody.
Her name is Annie Berdalio. Again, I think we do have leaders up there. Really, what the problem is if you're going to be the leader, you're going to have to do hard things sometimes. And I guess that's the point of the phone call, right? I agree that your cousin, Dr. Annie Berdalio, and my friend, Dr. Jolene Uggan, are the right people to do the right thing right now. The question is, will they?
The right thing right now. I'm talking about the future. I'm talking about let them do what they've got to do to straighten out the ship estate, and then I know that
tomorrow. Deadline tomorrow.
I hear you, but the future is going to go on no matter what happens with CMS tomorrow, and we are going to, as a community, decide that we got to get out of the running of a hospital business, hire a group to take over GMH after Annie and Jolene have straightened everything out, and hand it off to them.
Why would, if Annie and Jolene fix this? Remember, the private management group over at GRMC is local. In fact, the majority of the people that are running the GRMC, which apparently is not in danger of losing CMS or Medicare, and it is JCO accredited, that's a local team. So, again, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just stating the facts. I think we have the brain power. We just don't have the willpower. If Annie Berdalio...
Well, what kind of political influence and dumping is going on over at Guam Regional Medical City? They're a private business. They don't have to worry about kowtowing to Adelup or kowtowing to anybody because so-and-so is on the health committee chairman, and I need you to hire my friends?
No, GMH is a public hospital. Its mission is to take care of the people of Guam. It's not supposed to do what you just said. It's not supposed to be corrupted by politics. And this show allows for that to stop, because it has been. And we've sued the previous governors of Guam for being corrupt in that way. You know, if you're going to piss on any government agency, go piss on the airport. Go piss on your favorite GVB or GITA, thing. But quit pissing on GMH. But, again, this was a happy call.
But I'm just telling you, you have in the past suggested that there's all these political machinations going on over at Guam Memorial Hospital, and it needs to stop. I mean, you're talking about the fundamental differences between locals being in charge over at GRMC versus locals being in charge at GMH. GMH is an instrument of the government of Guam, and therefore subject to all of the different things, all of the different ways that the Adelup might want to frame things up, or a committee on health chairman might want to frame things up. up, as opposed to just, you know what, you're right, we do have the brain power. When we took over GTA and found ways to give our local guys all the tools that they need, all of a sudden GTA is turning out professionals and very, very high quality products because all of a sudden they entered the private sector. That in my mind is the fundamental difference in this conversation.
No, because if you look over at the government up the hill, the Naval Hospital has long-term local employees, most of whom live in Ganya Heights, who have been running that hospital for 4 decades. And it has its ups and downs, but that's a great hospital up there run by locals. I mean, we got all kinds of partnerships going on island to prove that the government can do this right. It's just the question of, well, no, it's the fact that our previous governments, our previous governors have lied to us that they thought that GMH needed to be run, professionally without political corruption. They failed. So this governor, though, has not yet failed, as far as I know. I mean, she's only had about 65 days in office. So, but
2 more days.
What? No, I thought it was on the 30th. What's today?
No. No, the thing is, SCMS wants their answer tomorrow.
30th. Yeah, it's not 2 more days, sir. It's 24 hours. And so that's why this is like a soap opera, right? This is like a telenovela. You just have to tune in tomorrow and find out. And in fact, I'd love it if you would call them, because they should get the notice tomorrow, and it could be on your show live.
Let me work on that. Let me take a look and let me make contact with Cousin Annie and see what she got.
Thank you, sir.
All right, buddy. I'll see you pretty soon. Don't forget, I need that referral.
It's been sent through. You should get your plane ticket.
Oh, that's it? I can just the recording of this should be sufficient to take to the.
I'm sure Frank and the other Ray are listening, right? Both of them. Great squares.
I think I'm on Staywell here. I think in this shop I'm Staywell this year.
Oh, are they sponsoring your show?
They have in past, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you soon. Just to scribble something out. I'll pick it up.
To the wrong insurance company then. I thought. Okay, let me go back.
I'll see you, bro. Have a good one. 888-8255. You know, it's a Duenas Mafia thing where we can yell at each other like married people, but we still love each other at the end. Hey, Tony, how you doing there, buddy?
Good. How about you, Ray?
It's Tony from the Archdiocese. I'm okay. Have you found me that statue of Jesus with the red eyes?
You're funny, Ray.
They had it in that movie in the 70s.
Oh, okay. What was the name of the movie?
Carrie.
Oh, that one. Okay. Anyway, hey, Ray, good discussion, and I know there's been a lot of discussion, right? I was particularly interested in your discussion with Darryl talking about crime and recreational marijuana, because I've heard, a few casual proponents of recreational marijuana say, hey, meth, ice, cocaine, those are the drugs that have danger and crime related to it, but we users of pot, no, that we're mellow. There's no danger there. I just wanted to share some of the accounts that you know him, Ray Fernandez, retired police officer, served 24 years with it, and his wife. He was one of the persons, along with other retired police officers, that we spoke to as the Archdiocese was formulating its position. And one of the things he reminded me, when people would say to him, no, there's no danger in pot. In his experience as a police officer, 4 different times with he and other police officers, as they conducted raids on homes or sites that they suspected were growing pot, they were shot at 4 different times. He feared for his life. At one time, he said it was just a plain shootout with bullets buzzing past their heads and everything. And then he reminded me, Tony, remember not too long ago, 3-4 years ago, that case, that actual crime where a group of men, 2 or 3 acquaintances, broke into the home of someone they knew who was growing pot and killed them so that they could rob his collection of pot.
So let's decriminalize it so cops don't get shot at when they go to somebody's ranch. Let's decriminalize it so that people can grow it in their house and not go to their neighbor's place and kill them over the marijuana.
Yeah, the reality is that the funds that if this is to pass or the governor would approve it, we need to devote a lot of those funds to the police department, because as they're overstressed right now can't deal with the
I'd say we start funding them the same way that we fund Guam Memorial Hospital and the same way we fund the Department of Education. I'm with you on that. I don't want to wait until we've got tax revenues coming in to stand up the Guam Police Department to protect us from real criminals and real drug dealers that are out there. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I recognize that there were issues because of the prohibition on marijuana, and it was against the law, and the cops are going out there and enforcing the law on marijuana, and putting themselves in harm's way. Anybody that is growing marijuana, and there was a case a couple of weeks ago where these guys were out doing some yard work for somebody, noticed that he had marijuana in his house, beat him up, and stole the marijuana. Right? Because there's a prohibition on this stuff for them to get high. Because they could break into somebody's house and steal their booze, but they don't. They don't want to get the marijuana because marijuana is illegal. There's a prohibition. So I hear it as this is the case, but the paradigm will shift when it stops being illegal, when there is no longer a prohibition on this, and all people are free to grow it in their yards. I'm sorry, not in the yards, indoors, under the expensive grow lights and all of that.
Yeah, and that's definitely one school of thought. Finally, I'll wrap up because I know you have to go, but my gut instinct says that we know that there's a lot of pot on Guam already, right? Yeah. And we know they're even getting in the hands of kids as young as elementary. My gut instinct is with a multiplication of pot on our island, which will then be legal in the recreational sense and medicinal sense. And by the way, the church agrees that it has a purpose and is a need for those who need it medically. But with the multiplication of it comes the multiplication of robberies and instances where people will covet what the pot that you have, and they're going to try to break in and rob you.
I think it's Tony, all due respect, I think it's thin. I think that's a thin argument. We don't know what the future is going to hold. My presumption is that once recreational use, recreational growth is legalized or at least otherwise ignored by the police department, then I think there are going to be. I might covet yours because it's better and I will get a better high off of it. But I don't think we're going to beat each other up over it, and I'm not going to rob you.
And that's why I can see there's a different school of thought. You're of that opinion, and and I have a different opinion, and we'll see how it plays out.
We're both bros, and we both pray to the same God. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Look out for what is going to be best for our community. I'll see you pretty soon. 9:57 and change. Do I have time for John? I don't. No, probably not. James, I'm sorry. I don't know that I've got time for you because I have to take this quick break.
Do you know someone who has difficulty following conversation in noisy places or turns up the TV a little too loud? These may be signs of a hearing loss. Ross Hearing Aids specializes in hearing evaluations, custom-fit hearing aids using the latest in wireless digital technology, and custom-fit hearing protectors. Call Ross Hearing Aids today to schedule a complimentary hearing consultation. 637-HEAR, 637-HEAR. Ross Hearing Aids, located across Shirley's in Harmon.
Looking for a great deal on a new Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, or Ram? Then get to Cars Plus in Mighty now for our spring sales event, like a new Jeep Compass Sport, $166 per paycheck, or a new Chrysler Pacifica LX, $220 per paycheck, or save $8,500 on a new Ram 1500. How about a new Jeep Wrangler Sport, only $274 per paycheck? Low 1.99% financing is available on approved credit. Save thousands during our spring sales event going on now at Cars Plus in Mighty. Cars Plus, driven by you.
It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu, now back at King's Restaurants. Your tasty favorites like salmon curry, orange shrimp, and whole deep-fried parrotfish will have you swimming with flavors from the sea. Our fried rice with salmon or shrimp will make ordering easy and delicious. It's a seafood celebration on the Lent menu. Available all day, every day, just for Lent, and only at King's.
Chris Barnett, listening this morning, says, Tony just ignored your point about decriminalizing. Yeah, completely, right? Well, try this one on Facebook Live. Brad Hewitt says, well, let's legalize burglary. It's illegal now, but everybody's doing it, and the prohibition on burglary. The people are, no. It's all due respect, Brad. There's another thin one here for you this morning. Why people break into my car? Because they see something they like? Yeah, maybe. Maybe because they break into the car because they think they might be able to fence my CB radio on the black market to buy themselves some crystal methamphetamine. Hey, lots of different ways to chew this over. Like I said, the fun part is going to watch what happens. Are the do-gooders going to take the battle now that they've lost over at the legislature, take that over to Adelup and prey on the new governor shy of her 100 days. Note here, this is even more important than anything else. Please attend Mount Carmel School's 62nd year and 11th annual Cantan Samarita. Tonight, a tribute to Flora Bazaquan. That's right, I said tonight. Starting at 6 o'clock in the MCS courtyard. She has given so much to the community in song and service. A great tribute from the Mount Carmel students tonight, starting at 6 o'clock. I'm sure there might be a charge at the door, but bring a couple extra dollars for donations and raffles or whatever it is they're going to be doing. Congratulations, Flora, and congratulations, Mount Carmel. It's 10. We're KUSG Agana. See you tomorrow.
Flack over funding. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Questions for a member of President Trump's cabinet about the proposal to cut funding for the Special Olympics.
Education Secretary Betsy DeVos fielded sharply worded questions at a House committee hearing over the department's budget proposal cutting federal funding for the Special Olympics.
Do you know how many kids are going to be affected by that cut, Madam Secretary?
Wisconsin Democrat Mark Pocan says the answer is more than 270